let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing today. So, what are we doing today? We're going to be covering a few different things, but the first thing we're going to be covering today is we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking session number 9. So there's only a couple of sessions left for this course on network hacking, and these last two sessions are going to be talking about privilege escalation. So we'll talk a little bit about what privilege escalation is in just a little bit. But before that, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today in the stream. So the stream's going to go on for a little while. Anyways, so the first topic is going to be HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Session number 9, and then we're going to be going into our main topic, skills you need to be a security tester. I'm going to be talking about all the stuff that you need to learn to become a security testing person, a cybersecurity person. Nick CCS says, yo, nice to see you here on Twitch. Nick CCS, thank you. Okay, so what else are we doing today? We're also going to be doing a demo on the Bandit CTF Labs over at Over the Wire, and we're also going to be doing a free hacking challenge over at the Dockerlabs. So please look forward to that. Let's go ahead and get started with our first topic of today. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. This is the 9th session for network hacking. Let's go over the concepts we learned in the previous workshop. So in the previous workshop, we went over the following concepts. Okay, were we talking about file? We were talking about file upload attacks. So file upload attacks are a type of web app hack where malicious files can be uploaded to the web server and then accessed on the web app, executing the code within those uploaded malicious files. So we talked about uploading malicious files using a file upload attack, and there are 3 things that we need to know about to do the file upload attack, and those are: 1, there has to be a way to upload files to the web application. Number 2, the upload location must be known to us so that we can access the file after we upload it. And 3, the app must be able to execute code, for example, PHP code, ASP code, or something else. So that was file upload attacks. What are we going to be talking about today? So today we're going to be starting our look at privilege escalation. It's kind of a really broad topic, but we're going to be talking about a few different aspects of this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about what privilege escalation is. It's often abbreviated to privesc when we're talking about cybersecurity. So we're going to be talking about privesc via the sudo command, privesc via the SUID command, and privesc via kernel hacks. Anyways, the first thing we need to know is what is privilege escalation. So privilege escalation, otherwise known as privesc, is the act of upgrading the level of access on a system, typically through abusing insecure settings, capturing credentials, insecure settings, or capturing credentials. So what are we going to be using to learn about privilege escalation today? We're going to be using TryHackMe. So if you don't have an account at tryhackme.com, you can make one there for free. And after that, you want to go to this link over here. Nick CCS says, can you check privilege escalation via linps and winps? Slyborg, hello, nice to see you here, Slyborg. We're just talking about privilege escalation today, and we're going to be working through this room over here. So Nick CCS, yeah, you can certainly use scripts like linps and winps to do privilege escalation enumeration. But for today, what we're going to do is we're going to do some manual privilege escalation. So we're just going to be checking for those things manually. And what you want to do is you want to log into your TryHackMe account. And after you've logged in, you want to, okay, let me simulate what it's going to look like when we come across this room and we haven't encountered it before. So this is the room right here. And let me reload this. So log into TryHackMe and then go to this room. I'm going to reset progress, and then I'm going to leave the room to show everybody what it looks like when you first arrive at the room. So this is it over here. Okay, so when you first arrive on the room after you've logged in, you're going to see this green button over here labeled Join Room. So what you want to do is you want to click on that button, and that's going to give you access to the rest of the resources inside of the room. So after that, the first type of privilege escalation that we're going to be taking a look at is going to be in task number 6. So go ahead and click into the task number 6 header here, and then click on the Start Machine button. So this is going to start up a terminal where we're going to be doing privilege escalation in the Linux environment. So today we don't need to be using our attack box, which is pretty convenient because we're going to be starting up a bunch of different machines today, and if we had to use the attack box, it might get a little messy. Anyways, it's going to take about 2 minutes for this machine to initialize. So while we're waiting for the machine to initialize, we're going to talk a little bit more about how we're going to be elevating our privileges using the sudo command. So privilege escalation via sudo. So if a user has sudo, that is root access with any command, there's a possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. So if you've got an admin user, basically, they're going to be able to use the sudo command with all the commands. So they can run sudo with any command that we want. If we go over to my Kali Linux machine over here, and I were to do sudo l, so it tells me that I can run, or this user over here, the shy hat, can run any command as the root user, or as any user really, on this machine, which means that we can essentially run any command as root. And if we were able to get access to an account like this, it would be a really big problem. But what else? So we can list our sudo permissions in Linux with the sudo-l command. In the above example, the user can run as all users and all groups with any command. So there's also a very popular website called GTFO bins, which can be used to look up whether a Linux command can be used for privilege escalation or not. So we're going to be referencing this website over here called GTFO bins, and I'll just leave a link in the chat so that you can take a look at it yourself. There you go. Okay, and let's see. Is there anything else that we need to do? Okay. All right, let's go back to the Try Hack Me room over here. And in the Try Hack Me room, we should be connected to the Linux machine. So this is a Linux desktop. It's pretty bare bones. So one thing I would suggest is that the prompt is actually very blank, and that's because we're using an sh shell right now. If you want to get a slightly better shell, you can type in bash, and then you'll get a slightly better prompt over here. Meow on YouTube says, OMG, hi. Hello, Meow, nice to see you here. We're just learning about Linux privilege escalation right now. Okay, so like we talked about before, if we have any particular user, we can check their sudo permissions. We can use the sudo l command. So when we type in sudo l and then give this command over here, it tells us what this user can run as sudo. So this is the user over here, it's the Karen user, and it says that they've got 3 different commands that they can run as sudo. So this is this can be used, all 3 of these commands over here can be used for privilege escalation in different ways. And it's very important that you limit the amount of commands that people can run as sudo, because they can potentially be abused to get privilege escalation on the system. Okay, so let's go ahead and demonstrate one of these. So we see that there's the find command here. So the find command is used to look for different files inside of Linux, but it can also be used for privilege escalation. So we're going to use the GTFO bins website over here. And let me just get the landing page for this. Oh, this is not the landing page. Okay, so this is the landing page, right? This is the landing page right here. Yeah, okay. So this is the landing page right here. On GTFO bins, you can you can look up any Linux binary and then let's see. The table thickness says not using Vivaldi. That's a Padlin. What is Vivaldi? If you could tell me what Vivaldi is, that would help. Thank you. But yeah, you can look up any of the Linux binaries that you have sudo permissions with, and it'll tell you whether or not it can be used for privilege escalation. In this case, we're looking up the find command, and the find command actually has an entry here, and it'll tell you how you can get elevated access with the various functions here. So we've got a find command with the sudo capability, so we can just click on that, and then after it says here that if the binary is allowed to be run as super user by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So this is the command you would use to get privilege escalation with the find command. Most of the time, you just need to copy the command and then paste it into the terminal over here. And Meow says, why are you hating on my browser? Oh, Vivaldi is a browser. Okay. I'm just using the default browser over here. And what we're going to do with this command, we're just going to paste it into our... Vorts Media has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just going to paste it into the address bar here, because for some reason we're not able to paste into this terminal, which is unfortunate. But we're just going to copy the command, type it out, sudo find. Actually, I'll also paste it into the chat so that you can all see which command we're using. Okay, so it's sudo find dot dash exec slash bin slash bash. So we're just going to change it from sh to bash because we like the bash terminal a little bit more. We'll do backslash colon, let's see, dash quit. Okay, so what this is going to do is it's going to run the find command, but in the middle of the find command, we're also going to open up a shell. And because we're running this as sudo, it's going to open up a root level shell. And Hello Matey says, pasted it. You were able to paste it? I was not able to paste it, but let me try. So, oh wow. What happened there? Okay, let me try. That's weird. But anyways, I can't get this thing to paste consistently for me. But anyways, okay, so we gave that command over there, and then what came back was a root shell. So we see that we are root in this in the shell here. If we type in who am I, it'll say that we are the root user, and we can also go to normally restricted directories, like the root directory, and see what's inside the root directory. So we managed to use the find command to get root level access by using the command. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're just going to exit out of this shell here so that we can go back to the Karen user over here. So type in exit, you'll see that we're now Karen. You type in who am I, and we're going to use a different command to do sudo privilege escalation. NixieCS says, Meow says, is this character a kappa or just a regular froggy? So we're HackerFrogs over here, so we're frogs. Thank you very much, Meow. And Blackshell says, hi Shyhat. Hi Blackshell, nice to see you here. And Nixie says, with SUID, privilege escalation could be done like this. Import OS. Yeah, but we will be talking about SUID binaries in the next part of the lesson, but we're just doing sudo stuff right now. OreoBite says, how did you make your frog model and add it to OBS? We're getting a little bit off topic here, but I use a little program called PNGTuber, and you have to build the model inside. Well, you need to build the model to work with the PNGTuber program. But let's go ahead and do our second sudo privilege escalation. So we'll do sudo L again to see what we have for sudo commands. We just managed to do privilege escalation with the find command. The next one we're going to use is the last command over here. So these are different programs, and every different program inside of Linux is going to have a, if it can do privilege escalation, it's going to be a different command or different syntax that's used to do the privilege escalation. Let's go over to GTFO bins again, and let's go back, and then let's look up the less command. So less, and we see here that less also has a sudo function, so we can go ahead and click on that. And here it says the same thing as the last one. If the binary is allowed to be run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges, may be used to access the system, escalate or maintain privileged access. So basically, when you're using the less command is used to scroll through a document with the up and down arrow keys. So if we just grab this command right here, sudo less, etc. profile, I'll just provide it to everybody in chat. Here you go. Let's see. Meow says, I will ask the cyber professor to reach out to you because I like your character and explanations. Thank you very much. Black Shell says, I was learning reverse shell on TryHackMe. I think it takes more time than just embedding information into your mind. Yeah, you definitely want to do some more research on whatever topic that you're looking into. Reverse shells are they can be kind of complicated. Oh, nonprofit. Okay. All right, so this is the command over here. So we're going to do, what is it? Nope, that's not what I wanted to paste in. That's weird. Let's see if I can, yeah, this is not what I wanted. So I'll just paste it in over here in the address bar so they can copy it. So sudo less, okay. Sudo less / etc. / profile. And what this does is it runs the less command. And the less command is basically, you can use the up and down arrow keys to scroll through the text. And inside of the less command, we can actually open up a command prompt or a shell. And because we're using it with sudo, we can open up a root shell. So over at GTFO bins, we see that the second part of this command used with the less to get a root shell is to use !bin/sh. So sh is the regular old shell, but we're going to replace this with bash. So I'm just going to type in the command and provide it to everybody in chat. Here you go. Okay, so we're going to go back to the terminal here, and in the terminal we'll do ! and then /bin/bash. So this is interrupting the less command to run a Linux command. And because we're opening up a shell, and because it's running as sudo, we get a root shell. So we ask who am I, we are root, and let's see, what else can we do? We can move into the root directory and everything is okay. So from here, let's go ahead and, okay, Black Shell asks, privilege escalation, Linux or Windows? So we're definitely doing Linux today because, well, if we're beginners, we're going to start by hacking on Linux, and we'll move on to Windows when after we've practiced a little more. I don't want to confuse people by teaching both hacking on Windows and Linux at the same time. Hacking Windows stuff is probably going to be its own separate course sometime later on down the road. But thank you very much for asking. Okay, so we're the root user now, and we got root access one more time. Let's go ahead and get out of here. And it says done, press return. So we press return, and then, well, we can get out of here by pressing the Q button. So Q will get us out of less, and we can do one more command to do privilege escalation with the sudo command. Avnil, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name, but thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so sudo L. So the last command we're going to be using to do sudo privilege escalation is the nano command. So nano is a very popular text editor, but the text editor can be used to get privilege escalation as well. So we can type in sudo nano. Well, I'm just kind of spoiling it a bit. We're going to be using this. We can actually look this up on GTFO bins as well. And if we just type in nano, we can type in sudo, or we can just click on sudo. And the method for doing sudo with nano is slightly different. Slyborg says, finally someone on my side of the Vim debate. So what is the Vim debate? That and Vim get me all the time. What are we talking about? I'm so confused jumping between Windows and Linux. So, I mean, you can say that you should know about different operating systems or hacking up against different operating systems when you're learning about cybersecurity stuff. But I would say that start with Linux and then move on to Windows later. Of course, it's but you can make your own decisions about that stuff. Meow says Nano kind of based though. Emacs. Wow. I haven't heard the Emacs in a while, but yeah, the text editor wars continue. Thank you, everybody, very much, everybody. Okay, so this is the command sudo nano, and then we have to do a couple of keyboard shortcuts. So this is going to be Control R and then Control X, and then we need to give one more command to open up our root shell. So let's go back to try hack me. We do sudo nano. No worries about getting off topic. I choose to get off topic, not you guys. Okay, so we're in Nano right now, and what we can do is we can use the Control R keyboard shortcut. So Control and then R, and then we're going to be opening up the file. But in the middle of this, we can execute a command with the Control X keyboard shortcut. So we can do Control X next, and then it asks us for the command to execute. So the command we're going to execute is this one over here. And let me just grab the command and paste in the chat for everybody who's following along. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Skull binary number. Thank you. Okay, let's go back. And let's go ahead and type this out. So that's reset, and then semicolon, and then bash. We're going to substitute out sh with bash because we like the bash shell more. We're going to do 1 greater than end ampersand 0 2 greater than ampersand 0. So basically we're redirecting input and output to the bash shell. And after we do this, we open up a shell. And because we ran nano as root with the sudo command, we are now root one more time. So let's see. Rebecca Ellison says, I saw live on YouTube. How can I learn hacking with my phone? How can I learn hacking with my phone? A lot of people learn to do hacking with mobile devices and tablet devices, but we're basically teaching people how to use just a regular old PC to do hacking. But maybe we can talk about that a little bit later. But thank you and welcome to the stream, Rebecca Ellison. Thank you. Okay, so we're root one more time. We type who am I, we're root. And now that we've proved we can get sudo access with these 3 different binaries, we're just going to exit out of here. And that's going to be it for this portion of the exercise. So the next thing we're going to learn is how to do privilege escalation with another type of command. And this is going to be MSEC says NetHunter. NetHunter. Oh, NetHunter is the mobile version for hacking. Yeah, for sure. So go ahead and click on MSEC's link if you want to use Android. Okay, so now we're going to be learning about privilege escalation via SUID binaries. So this is a different way of doing privilege escalation, and SUID binaries are commands that run in the context of the file's owner by default. So when we see this this file over here, it's set with the SUID binary bit over here, as indicated by the S, and is owned by the root user. So when this program runs, it always runs as the root user. and we can use this for privilege escalation. So it says most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. So let's go ahead and go back to try hack me, and we're going to need to spin up a different virtual machine to do this exercise. So inside the terminal here, we're just going to click on this button that looks like a power button. It's labeled terminate machine. Click on that and then confirm by clicking on terminate machine. What we're going to do after this is we're going to go over to, I think it's task number 7. So go ahead and click on task number 7 and then click on the start machine button over here. So task 7, start the machine. It's going to take a couple of minutes to initialize. Meow says, or Diz says, fellow mobile user here, I have userland for Linux emulation and works great. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Meow says, so this redirection over here this is file redirection. Well, it's not file redirection, it's input redirection. And I guess the input is also considered a file inside of Linux. It's kind of complicated, but one is standard output. 1 is standard output, 0 is standard input, and 2 is standard error. So those, it's kind of interesting how we're redirecting everything in this case. Sebi says, hi. Hello, Sebi. Nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. We're just doing a little lesson on Linux privilege escalation right now. And let's talk a little bit more about privilege escalation with SUID binaries. Okay, so we can determine which SUID binaries exist on a system with the example find command over here. So it's going to be find slash, so slash means the entire file system. We're looking for permissions, and we're looking for the SUID binary bit, which is 4 in here, and then we're going to redirect everything else to the dev null device, which is basically throwing away the error messages. So let's go ahead and I'll give everybody the find command in the chat here. Okay. So Skull asks, what are your thoughts on Kali bare metal? Kali bare metal, I wouldn't use Kali bare metal because I am not very good at managing my Linux machines, but if you're better than me at managing your Linux machines and aren't constantly making them unusable, then I mean you could do Kali bare metal. It's not something that most people do, but if that's what you want to do, then by all means. Helpful Husky, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's go back to our TryAcme machine. So the TryAcme machine, we're just going to start up bash because we like bash more, so we're just going to type in bash to open up a bash shell. And then we're going to use this find command here. So it is perm -4000 dev null. And this is going to give us the list of SUID binaries on the system. So we're going to see a big list of different SUID binaries here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to we can copy the list. You could just eyeball this list and try to identify which binaries are unusual for SUID. So SUID binaries, they're pretty common. And well, let's just grab this list right here in the user directory. And can I copy this? Okay, I don't know if that copied or not. If I can't copy that, that's going to be a big bummer. Let's see if we can go over to something like our AI. And we can ask the AI, are any of these SUID binaries unusual? So this is how we would identify them. So it looks like we were able to copy some of them. Okay, so it says it'll tell you that most of these SUID binaries are normal because there are a lot of like valid SUID binaries inside of Linux. But if certain SUID binaries in Linux are certain SUID binaries in Linux are dangerous because they can be used for privilege escalation. Okay, so Skull says, I've used Linux for a while for coding, but I've switched over to cybersecurity. I've been learning for a while here and there. Should I go deeper into computer networking before getting into ethical hacking? Okay. Okay. So let's see. Should I learn more about computer networking? So I would say that you do need to know an amount of information about computer networking to do cybersecurity. I would recommend going over the material in a course like Network Plus. But I wouldn't recommend that you actually get the certification, but the material inside of Network Plus is very good for cybersecurity. It'll teach you some networking basics. You don't necessarily need to know all the stuff in there, but it's a good amount of information to go with. Anyways, let's get back to the SUID binaries here. So one really interesting SUID binary that we identify here is base 64. So base 64 is not something you usually see as an SUID binary. And if we can identify something that's unusual, we can go over to something like GTFO bins and we can look this up. So we're looking up the base 64 binary. And base 64, if you don't know, is a utility that can be used to encode or decode data into the base 64 character set. So because we have SUID capabilities with this binary over here, Meow says, Professor Messer, and Meow also says you cannot hack something before knowing the processes of what the things are doing. Yeah, I highly recommend Professor Messer as a learning resource. He's really good at explaining tech topics. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. So let's see. So if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop the uploaded privileges and may be used to access the file system. So basically, what we can do with this SUID binary is we can read any file that we want to on the file system if we know where it is. So when we do this kind of privilege escalation, we generally try to target very sensitive files. And on a Linux file system, really sensitive files would be something like the etc shadow file. And the etc shadow file on a Linux file system is the place where they keep all of the password hashes for all the users. So let's go ahead and, well, we'll provide the command to everybody in the chat for the people who want to follow along. MSEC says, Network Plus with the first cert I ever got, it will 100% help you on an ethical hacking learning journey. Yeah, it's very useful information because, well, everything that you're doing in ethical hacking is going to be done on a computer network. Okay, so the command is going to be base64, and then we want to access the etc shadow file, so we're just going to type that in here. We're going to pipe that into base64 decode. And this is what it's going to do. So the command is going to encode the shadow file into base64, and then we're going to decode the information from base64, giving us the original output. So the reason we do this is because we can run this command as basically as the root user, because the base64 binary in this case has the SUID binary bit set. So we run the command and we get all of the user password hashes over here. So this is very useful if we wanted to crack these password hashes and try to get further access to the system as these users. But yeah, so this is how we do privilege escalation with the base64 command. All right, so I think there's one more command that we could do privilege escalation with, but let me go ahead and check. So what was that find command again? It was this one. No? This one, yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can identify one more command that we could use for privilege escalation. I think, I wonder if I can copy any of this stuff because this was okay. So let's see if I can copy. Can I copy? It doesn't look like it can copy. Copy. Okay, let's see if we manage to copy. That'd be weird. Okay, so we managed to copy this over here. So we're just going to ask the AI about these binaries here. How about these SUID binaries? So this is a perfect job for the AI because the AI can give you some insight as to which ones are normal and which ones are unusual for these SUID binaries. Okay, so there's pkexec, base 64, okay, and bin at task scheduler. So I think we may be able to do privilege escalation with the at binary. Let's go back to GTFOBens and look this up. So at, oh, there's nothing for SUID. Okay, so maybe that's not it. How about, so bin at, oh, pkexec. Okay, so we can try pkexec as well. So basically what we're doing is we're doing a little bit of research. pkexec. We got pkexec with sudo, but we have it with SUID. Can we run pkexec bin sh to get privilege escalation on this system? Let's go ahead and try this out. So back at the TryHackMe machine, I'm just going to paste this in so I can remember what I'm typing. So pkexec /bin/bash. We'll try bin bash, and we'll do -p. Oh, we need to we need to provide a password. Maybe, well, we don't have a password for this, so we can't do it. Okay, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're going to run an ad on YouTube as well. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and put on some birds. So we're just going to take an ad break because, well, we have to run ads on Twitch, but we're just going to take a minute to take a look at some birds. And how about this bird over here? This is a very curious little guy, and we'll be back in about 50 seconds. I'm just going to take a little water break. Okay, so Rebecca Ellison asks, what is the name of the AI? So the AI I'm using right now is called DeepSeek, and I'll get the link for the AI website for you in just a second. I just need to wait for about 10 more seconds for the ads to run out over on Twitch. Okay, so the bird's gone. We might as well put the birds away and then get back to the hacking. Okay, so DeepSeek is the website over here. DeepSeek is a little bit controversial because it was developed in China, and people think that if you give information to DeepSeek, then all the information is going to China, and that they're going to use it in some nefarious way. But it's up to you to decide. It's up to you to decide if your data going to one place or another place is a really, really bad thing or not. Okay, so let's do one more method of doing privilege escalation because we don't have too much more time left. Okay, so we did SUID, and let's see. Okay, kernel exploits. So, or kernel hacks rather. So what are these hacks? So kernel hacks are things that target the lowest level of operations in an operating system. So typically older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to these kernel hacks. So we can use, okay, so we need to use, we need to spin up a new virtual machine to do this exercise here. So we're just gonna go over to TryHackMe. We're gonna shut down this machine, and then we're gonna take a look at the kernel hacks. So this is task number 5. go ahead and click into task number 5 and then start up the machine. We Good Hacks, nice to see you here, and it's low-level hacking. It is low-level hacking. So these are kernel hacks. Kernel hacks target the lowest level of the operating system, and the problem with kernel hacks is that most of the time, when you run these kernel hacks, it's going to make the system unstable, and it can lead to system crashes, which are not super ideal. And do we have anything else we're talking about the kernel hacks over here? So when we look for kernel hacks, we would use the uname-a command to return the OS version for the computer. So when we give this command, it'll tell us which version of Linux is being run, and we can search for whether or not that version of Linux is vulnerable to some kernel hack. And let's go back to, is there anything else we need to talk about this? Okay, so from here, we could research whether a particular version of an OS is vulnerable by using the search engine over here. And we basically search for this version, whatever version of the Linux kernel you find. You can also look for a known hack for those versions. Okay, so I think we should be able to use a kernel hack on this machine over here in task number 5. Okay, so it's loaded up, and I don't know if they actually left a hacking file on this machine or not. Let me just take a look over here. So we're working as the Karen user. Whoops. I can't type in my terminal. Okay, I'm going to reload the page. This is task number 5. Where are we? 5. Okay, so let's go ahead and give ourselves a bash terminal. From here, we're just going to run the uname-a command, and this is going to give us the version of Linux that is being run. Okay, so this is Linux version 3.13.024. So this, I mean, you'll get a feeling for what version of Linux is old after you work with Linux for a while. But this is an old version of Linux for sure. Let me go ahead and well, let me copy this over. Okay, so this is the version of Linux that is being run on this machine, and we can go ahead and go over to Google, and let's just look for a kernel hack. Okay, so we managed to find very, very quickly that there is a kernel hack for this version of Linux. So if we click over here, this is the database, and the database basically it's a collection of all sorts of different hacks. And we'll just leave the link for the article that we're looking at. And most of these kernel hacks are going to involve you compiling a hack file, basically. That is that's usually going to be written in the C language, or it's going to be written in This is a hacking module from a very famous platform. Let's see if we can find something else. So basically, you do your research, and you should be able to find some sort of interesting. Our good friend Notes My Nisha is here as well. That's great. Anyways, okay, let's go back to TryHackMe. And in TryHackMe, I think they might talk about one version of a known hack over here inside the notes. Okay, so find and use an appropriate kernel hack to gain root privileges. Okay, and so I guess let's just get a hint. So the hint says, wow. I didn't know that that TryHackMe has an AI. So that TryHackMe AI is, well, we can just ask, which, so the thing is that you can't, you can't escape AI these days. AI is everywhere, which is kind of funny. Okay, so over here, what does it say? So we need to do some research. So based on your findings, use Google search to look for an existing code. Hmm. So we could use this as well. And well, I think, well, we know the this is the version of Linux that is being used. And maybe we could look over at GitHub. So let's see. This is talking about American Sign Language. That's weird. That's a little bit weird. And maybe we could look for Rebecca Ellison says, I thought it's used for website development because what's that? That's what I mostly use it for. Oh, you're talking about GitHub, right? So GitHub, well, people put all sorts of stuff on GitHub. People in the cybersecurity community mostly use GitHub to host their tools that they develop to do hacking. But yeah, most people use it for software development. We're talking about GitHub. Let's see. I think we can also look for a CVE associated with this version. Ah, okay. So the good thing about this is that it's going to tell us inside the article here that they're talking about a specific CVE. And CVEs are basically numbers that are associated with different vulnerabilities. So this is the CVE that we found for this system over here. And we can just go ahead and use the CVE and then tack on something like kernel hack. And we can see if we can find some sort of code that we can use over here. So this is, okay. So we found something on GitHub. And we've got a C file that we can run. Okay, so this is the file that we're looking at over here. All right, and what can we do here? So basically what we're doing is we're going to be compiling, what we would do is we'd compile this C code over here on the target system, and then we would run this, we would run the file, and hopefully it would be able to take advantage of the kernel hack and then give us root access. So I don't think, the unfortunate thing is that we can't really copy and paste. If we could copy and paste inside of the terminal here, it would be, we would be able to copy and paste the code into the terminal and then run the code that way. Unfortunately, I can't find a way to copy and paste on this terminal, so I don't think we're going to be able to demonstrate the kernel hack over here. So that's kind of it's a bit disappointing, but that's how you do it. So you would copy the code over to the terminal, and then you would compile it using a compiler like GCC, maybe over SSH. Git clone might work, says MSEC. I don't think we can use. Can we use git clone on this machine? Actually, let's see. Which git? There's no git installed on the machine, unfortunately. Yeah, you'd have to use the attack box or connect via the VPN. Unfortunately, I'm kind of then we could use Python HTTP. Yeah, I mean we could. The thing is that I'm trying to do demonstrations for people who don't necessarily have the OpenVPN connection. But you know what? We can give it a try. Okay, just for science, we'll give it a try. But I don't have very much time left in the lesson. I have to finish off the lesson for the Zoom students. Okay, so how would we do this? We would need to connect to via OpenVPN, and let's go ahead and do that. So I think my VPN key is in downloads. I've got a lot of stuff in here. Okay, so OpenVPN is where? Let me go ahead and so try hack me OpenVPN. Okay, it's here. So let me connect via OpenVPN, sudo OpenVPN, something something. Okay. Okay, so we should be able to access the machine from here. And let me just find out which IP address I have on this interface. So we're connected via the ton0 interface here. So let's figure out if the machine can communicate with my device. So I'm 10.10.2.14.19. to 14.19. Okay, it doesn't. Oh, we do have connectivity. Okay, that's great. So we can communicate with the machine. That means maybe. Do we have wget? We do have wget. So we might be able to upload the file from our Kali machine over here. Okay, so how do we do that? So on the Kali machine, we're going to create the C file that we need to use for the hack. And this is it over here. Let me just copy this. And does it tell you how to compile the file? Okay, so I'm just kind of going off the cuff here. So this is the file that we would compile. We're just going to save this out, and we're going to transfer it over to the vulnerable machine. So I'm going to use Python server, stand this up, and then we will transfer it over to the vulnerable machine. Just need to get my IP address. So we would run wget with 10 to 14.19 hack.c, and this is the command we would use. Okay, and then go back to the machine here. Okay, so we need to type in the command. So wget http, wget http 10 to 14.19. Okay, so I think we can transfer the file over, but I'm pretty sure the connection is pretty slow. Let's see if this file was accessed from my attack box here. Oh, did I start it up? Yeah, I did start it up. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's being connected to. Did I make a typo? 10 to 14.19. Let me double check. 10 to 14.19. Yeah, that's my IP address. Maybe try another port. Yeah, maybe. Let's take a look. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Fushimo, thank you very much. Try 8080. Yeah, let's, well, we'll try another port, sure. Okay, so back here, I'm gonna shut down port 80 and do port 8080 instead. And let's try the same thing. It says connection refused. Okay, so we'll try the same thing, but on port 8080. It says permission denied, cannot write. Oh, let's move into the temp directory first then. Let's try it again. Okay, I think the other thing that might be happening is, okay, we managed to download it, great. Okay, so we've got the C file, and how do we compile it now? So I've never done this. I don't think I've done this one before. Do we have a command that compiles the file now? Oh wait, I think there's a script. There's a script that's associated with this machine as well. Yeah, so we got this one over here. So let's see, on the attacker machine, we clone the repository. We make it executable, and then we run this thing. What? What's going on? Okay, so I think what I want to do is I just want to do this. I just want to do this manually. Let me take a look at what's in the bash script. Oh, it's there in the header. Oh, is it? Okay, let me take a look. Okay, so this is okay. So I mean this is pretty generic. So it's just GCC. Okay, so let's go ahead and compile the thing. So back over here. And then we'll run GCC. And what is this called? It's called hack.c. And we're going to output it to hack. Okay, and we should be able to just run this binary here. We need to make it executable, and then we need to run the thing. Okay, the hack ran, and we are now root. Okay, great. We managed to get it working. But yeah, that's an example of a kernel hack. Wow, that took a while. But let's go ahead and finish out today's lesson. Yeah, we got the hack working. That's great. Okay, let's go back to the presentation. So let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So we did privilege escalation via a few different vectors. The first one was privilege escalation via sudo. So if a user has access to sudo, or that is root, with any command, there's the possibility of abusing that command for privilege escalation. So we also talked about privilege escalation via SUID, and SUID binaries are commands that are run in the context of the file's owner by default. Most SUID binaries are owned by the root user, and certain SUID binaries can be used for privilege escalation. So during this lesson, we used pretty extensive use of the GTFO bins website to look up different SUID and sudo commands. And well, when you're doing your research, this can be a very useful website to use, especially if you're looking at Linux stuff, or rather only if you're looking at Linux stuff, because this website is talking about Linux commands. And what else? So privilege escalation via kernel hacks. So kernel hacks are hacks that target the lowest level of operations on an operating system, and typically older versions of operating systems are vulnerable to these kernel hacks. And what are we going to be doing next time? So in the next HackerFrogs After School network hacking workshop, we're going to be finishing our look at Linux privilege escalation. It's also going to be the very last workshop we're going to be doing for this course, which is network hacking. And so please look forward to that. So the next one is going to be on Wednesday. So yeah, so be back here on Wednesday at the same time, and we're going to be finishing our look at privilege escalation. So to everybody on YouTube and on Twitch, we're going to be taking a short break while I finish up the class over on Zoom. So we got some Zoom students, and we just need to finish out that lesson over there, and then we'll be back to talk about all of the skills you need to learn to be a security tester. This is going to be a fun little topic. It's mostly going to be talking and just, discussing the fun journey I've had learning about cybersecurity and hacking. But everybody enjoy the Be Right Back screen. We'll be away for a couple of minutes, then we'll come back and continue the stream. So enjoy the music and enjoy the Be Right Back screen. Okay, everybody, we're back. All right, so we'll just keep the music on for a little bit. This is music from one of my favorite games. It's called Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's a classic platforming game, but it's got some really good music. All right, let's go ahead and move on into our second topic for the day. And if you're ever wondering what is going to be going on the HackerFrogs live stream, we've got a Reddit, and every week we publish our schedule over here. It talks about what we're going to be doing on Monday and Wednesday and Friday, which is when we usually stream. So let's go ahead and start into this next topic, skills you need to be a security tester. And well, we're going to be working off of a GitHub document over here. And where is it? Okay, let me go ahead and grab that real quick. This is going to be hacker development. hack development, rather. Okay, so all the skills for pen testing. So this is the document we're going to be editing today. Neospring, hello, nice to see you here. And you know what? What we haven't done? We haven't done any video redeems. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so what are we be talking about today? So all the skills for pen testing, not really. So we're going to be talking a little bit about all the skills that I learned, all the skills that the Shy Hat learned for the purpose of getting a role in cybersecurity pen testing. This is not a comprehensive list, but meant to illustrate all the concepts a person would need to learn to go from zero technical skill to pen tester. The document is for educational purposes only, and is not meant to be a roadmap to getting a job in cybersecurity. But I will be talking about all the stuff that I had to learn, and it was it definitely felt like drinking from a fire hose, because there's just too many things to understand when you're trying to get into this kind of role over here. Okay, so we're going to be separating the skills that we're going to be talking about into some different categories, and it's going to be broad tech topics, specific protocols and programs, non-technical stuff. So it's not going to be precise in the slightest, but I'll try to talk about things as broadly and as granularly as possible. It's mainly a writing exercise for myself, because I really I really had to learn a lot, and I always felt like I didn't know enough. Huffleasky says, I learned the skill of staring at the same login screen for hours and not getting too frustrated. Well, I mean, perseverance is one of those non-technical skills. So just for fun, the ability, well, okay. So the ability to look stuff up. I don't know if we could call this non-technical, because you're definitely going to be using some sort of search engine to look stuff up. And I guess it's kind of this is basically the most important skill you need to develop. Another non-technical thing that you need to develop is the ability to self-start, because you need to be motivated to do this, to do the pentester job. So I'm talking about the pentester job. It's kind of the job that people think of when they think of cybersecurity stuff. Infinite patience. Maybe. So the ability to look stuff up, the ability to self-start. So patience, I guess, is a non-technical skill. Being able to smash your head against for an extended amount of time while you figure stuff out. Okay, so we're going to be jumping all over the place. Some broad tech topics. I always tell people that you're supposed to take a look at the A+ certification as kind of an introduction to tech stuff. So when I started, I only knew about how to use Windows. So I knew about using Windows because I come from a background where I did a lot of gaming and I did a lot of computer gaming. And basically using Windows is, I got most of my skills from just installing stuff on my Windows box. New to Linux, just subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Could you drop the GitHub in the chat? Yeah, I'll drop the GitHub in the chat. You're not going to be able to see all the stuff that I'm writing right now until I finish, but this is where you would find it eventually. So when we finish our little talk, I will commit the changes and you'll be able to read all this stuff. So how to use Windows, how to use Linux. I didn't, suspiciously, I didn't learn how to use Mac OS, but I mean, Mac OS is kind of similar to Linux because it comes from a common lineage. So broad tech concepts, how to use Windows, how to use Linux. Computer networking, like you can't say computer networking because it's too broad of a topic. We'll probably talk about specific protocols and programs down below. So broad tech topic, tech concepts. What else could we include here? What is the internet? So, I mean, the thing about the internet is that a lot of people assume that, the OSI model, of course. The OSI model, let's see, networking. Well, I mean, this is all part of computer networking. So, let's see. CLI commands. Well, I mean, there are a lot of CLI commands. So, specific protocols and programs, I could say something like, I don't know, like SSH. We use SSH on a regular basis. We use. I could just list off all of the Linux commands, and these all count as commands that you should know when you're doing this pentester job. Code review, yeah. So specific protocols, programs. I guess we could also talk about like Python. Python has been a pretty important thing to learn. Burp Suite, yeah. So specific protocols, programs, Python, Burp Suite. I'll take suggestions from anybody in the chat. of course, because I'm sure a lot of people here, they ask themselves, if I want to do this job, if I want to be a pen tester, what do I need to know? So non-tech stuff, I guess you also do a lot. You also have to do a lot of report writing, and when you're talking about report writing, you need to report things based on the CVSS scale. And I guess we can call the CVSS scale something that we need to learn. And it's kind of a tech topic as well. Okay, so Bash, Burp Suite. So, I mean, yeah, broadly, we know all the Bash, well, not all the Bash commands. All the basic Bash commands, right? Sys Reptor software for pentest reports. So pentest reports can be written in a few different frameworks. If you're going to different companies, they're going to have different software or different platforms that they use to write the reports. But let's see, the OSI model. What is the internet? What else is part of? What are IP addresses? So there's v4 and there's IPv6. IPv6 as well. And what else? Yeah, there are too many topics. AD, Active Directory, right. So let's see. I guess this is kind of a broad tech topic as well. So, but this is under Windows. So maybe we could list Active Directory. So Active Directory is kind of the broad thing, and some programs that we could talk about here, like NetExec. This is basically the tool that we use for Windows pen testing stuff. Bloodhound. Is it called Bloodhound AD? Officially, I think the name of Bloodhound is Bloodhound AD. Thank you very much for following Rodfo29. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about Nyancat? Nmap Wireshark. Okay, so Nmap we can put over here. We could also put Wireshark over here because we use Wireshark to do packet analysis. And somebody asked, what is Active Directory used for? So Rodfo29, Active Directory is basically how you network a bunch of Windows machines together. So it's kind of a framework that is used to do management for networked Windows machines. Cryptography, yeah, we also learned about cryptography. I guess we could call that a broad concept. Let's see, how to use Linux. Cryptography. So cryptography, how much do we need to know about cryptography? We don't need to know everything about cryptography. If you just say cryptography, that seems a bit too vague. You definitely need to know what hashing is. I mean, hashing is cryptography. So maybe simple, well, another thing you need to know about is encoding. So encoding schemes, stuff like base64 and stuff like ASCII to hex and ASCII to decimal. HTML, JavaScript, RSA versus RSA and AES. Yeah. So, I mean, SSH, specific protocols and programs. I guess RSA is a protocol, and AES is also, well, AES is a type of hashing. HTML, JavaScript. This is already going off the rails because we also understanding why encoding is not encryption. Husky hacks, helpful Husky, thank you. Okay, so encoding is not encryption. Bro, we can share the file. Yeah, we'll definitely be sharing this file later. It's going to be, what is the goal? What is the goal of this document? The goal of the document is just to talk about all of the stuff that we need to learn when we set out to become, like, to do technical cybersecurity stuff. When does the class start? When does the class start? The class was at the beginning of the stream. So if you want to go back to the beginning of the stream, the first hour or so was the class on Linux privilege escalation. So are certs necessary? So certs are not necessary, but if you don't have the certs, it makes things harder. If you don't have the certs, you basically need to rely on, this is non-technical stuff. So non-technical stuff, another part is social networking. And inside of social networking is getting to know professionals in the cybersecurity industry. So you need, if you don't get your certifications, you basically need to have a good relationship with somebody who's hiring for the role in the cybersecurity industry. So this is basically how I got my first job in cybersecurity. I knew some people who could give me a recommendation to a company that was hiring for pen testing. So that's how I got my first pen testing job. It wasn't through certifications. It was totally through knowing people in the industry already. And this is, I wouldn't say it's the most important thing you need to know, because you also need to know your stuff, but you definitely need to know it. So you need to know stuff like FTL, you need to know like what SMB is. Oh, there are too many acronyms in here. But you should know how to use NetHack, because NetHack's a very common tool we use as well. And there's just too much stuff here. So NetHack. What else do I use on a very regular basis? I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I can't think of it. But yeah, so more computer networking stuff. What are IP addresses? What is IPv6? What are public IPs versus private IPs? And another thing we can talk about is VPN stuff. Actually, protocols. A program I use pretty often is OpenVPN. So OpenVPN is, and knowing about VPN stuff in general, I guess this is considered computer networking stuff. So using VPN or VPN connections, connecting to private networks. Already on vulnerability management. I wouldn't say that I need to know vulnerability management to do my job, but it is something that you need to, I guess vulnerability management is something you would put into your pen testing reports. So I guess for the pen testing reports, we could talk about vulnerability management. Okay, so let's see. Helpful. Husky says lateral movement and pivoting. Ah, right. Where would we put that? So I guess this is these broad tech topics. I guess this is part of computer networking as well. So port forwarding or pivoting, and I guess we can also call this lateral movement. This is going to be a very, very messy document. FireAxe says, still really new myself. I found there are way too many things to just start, so I narrowed it down to just a few things and tried to focus on that, which invariably led to another thing, then another thing. I'm watching your vid on that computer I was working on. I have no idea. Hello, nice to see you here. The THM paths teach you all you need to know. Also the paths that will be a goal, like what is Security Operations Center, Bug Bounty, Pen Test, okay? Rules of engagement, scope, objectives. So when you're doing pen pen testing stuff in particular, non-tech stuff. I guess this also qualifies as non-tech stuff. So what is it? Pen testing, rules of engagement, scope, directives. So when you're doing your pen test, you can't attack anything that's not in the scope provided to you by your customer. Otherwise, you'll get in very, very big trouble. And they also want you to follow specific rules when you're working in their environment, because otherwise you could do some damage to their business, which would be very bad. Okay, so let's see. How about some other software that we use when we do our pen testing stuff? So I guess computer networking. I guess we could also talk about shells or remote access. So we learn about, I don't know, reverse shells. We talk about bind shells. We talk about oops, this is all part of computer networking. Sorry. So CVS shells. We could also talk about networking interfaces. SSH web shells. Web shells, I guess we could also talk about remote shells and shells. Web shells. We could also talk about the server-client model. So the server-client model is basically where one machine serves the content and the other one is the connects to the server via some sort of software. This is computer networking as well. Geez, everything's computer networking. Okay, OWASP. OWASP. Yeah, I guess we could talk about OWASP as well. That's so OWASP is kind of I mean, the concept itself is kind of, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll call this a broad tech topic. But I guess we could call this web app. These are web app hacking concepts. Web app hacking. We could talk about OWASP. We could talk about specific attacks inside of web app hacking, and this could take all day. The TCP/IP model, yeah. The TCP/IP model is another thing that we need to talk about, and this is inside of computer networking. So it's related to the OSI model. It's probably on the same level. TCP/IP model. Okay, and so if we were to go up to like web app hacking, we could talk about every attack under the sun in this section on web app hacking. So I don't know, we could talk about robots.txt, we could talk about directory listing / indexing. We could talk about IDOR attacks. We could talk about injection. So injection is a really broad topic. We could talk about SQL injection, command injection. We could talk about XSS. We could talk about what other types of injection are pretty common. Yeah, SQL injection. Okay, so injection, I think, what is it called? Insecure deserialization is another type of injection attack. But anyways, there's just too much of this stuff. OS command injection, we should be specific about that. LDAP, I mean, I've never done LDAP injection before, but yeah, I guess you need to learn about LDAP injection as well. Let's see, New to Linux says, I just learned about SQL, what a miss. What a miss or what a mess? But a lot of people do. And even within SQL injection, there's, you know, famous stuff like the the login bypass. The login bypass payload. We talk a lot about that. So in SQL injection, there's stuff like there's a union SQL payloads. There's blind injection. There's what is it called? Man, too many types. Error-based, yeah. Error-based SQL. And what was the other one that was mentioned? I think it was called out of band SQL injection. Boolean-based, of course. So Boolean-based SQL and time-based SQL. So all of this stuff is just, inside of SQL. There are IDOR attacks. There's malicious file upload attacks. So there's file upload attacks, and there is broken access control. What are some other common web attacks? So there's default credentials. That I don't know if you can call this a type of attack, but it is very, very common. Especially if you're doing like CTF exercises. I wouldn't say that it's something that you come across it very often, but in real life. So robots.txt, another very common thing is sensitive data. Sensitive data in HTTP comments. Admin, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. So I mean, we could basically just go over to Portswigger and talk about, local file inclusion. That's one of my favorites. So yeah. So local file inclusion and remote file inclusion. Log poisoning, SSRF. Server-side request forgery. And yeah, just too much stuff. We just continue on and on and on, and we'll list as many things as we can. But let's see. So specific programs. How about SQL map? So SQL map, we could. Oh, okay. So I mean, yeah, the forbidden platform and stuff associated with the forbidden platform, like this one. We also use searchsploit on a pretty regular basis. So searchsploit and PowerShell Empire Recon. I don't use PowerShell Empire, but I suppose a lot of people do. Okay, so we talked about Bloodhound. Well, I mean, we also need to learn PowerShell. So I guess we could talk about Windows stuff. Man, this way. Okay, so Active Directory, PowerShell, and inside. Well, I mean, I guess we could also talk about linpeas and winpeas. These are also some very common things we find in the industry. Well, not in the industry. I'm not too sure how. Well, I mean, you could definitely run linpeas or winpeas on a client target if you can get those to run. That's probably like an indication that they done screwed up, because you shouldn't be able to run these kind of utilities on your typical work computers. But I mean, I'm pretty sure WinPeas gets flagged immediately by what is it called? Windows Defender. signature-based detection will see them immediately, but I'm pretty sure if you compile it yourself and you disguise all the functions, you obfuscate the code, you should be able to get this to run after you've done some modification. So IP, subnet, protocols, yeah, okay. So I think we can go back to computer networking and we can start talking about that. Let's see. So what is the internet? Too much of this. Okay, so subnetting. Well, I mean, protocols is kind of Okay, so we were talking about IPv4 addresses, localhost. What is localhost? And what is, I don't know, what is a subnet mask? What is a gateway? Autonomous systems and BGP. It's not something it's not something I learned about, but there are way too many topics out there. Okay, I think we might go ahead and change out the music because it's been a bit monotonous. How about some moody space music? I love this stuff. Labs. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily know if we need to talk about labs as far as like these skills that we're using for our pen testing journey. ARP, DNS, DHCP, yeah, those are all part of computer networking. I guess we can talk about these in the protocols and programs. So ARP, there's DNS, there's DHCP, and these are all used for your basic. I guess we can also talk about ICMP, and I guess TCP dump is a program that we use to record networking packets or network traffic. But, we can go back up to, so let's see, cryptography, we talk about hashing, we talk about public key cryptography. Pen testing methodologies. Well, I mean, which methodologies are we talking about? Okay, so pen testing rules of engagement, scopes, directives. We could kind of methodologies. Pen testing methodologies. So I mean, we're not here to scare. Well, okay, we're kind of here to scare people, because you need to know a lot of stuff when you want to work as a pen tester. And a lot of people, well, I mean, it's tough because we try to. How many people here think that pen testing is an entry level job, and how many people think that pen testing is only something you should do after you've spent several years in the industry already? Responder, right? Responder.py, or let's see. So that would be Windows stuff, right? So I guess we could call this responder. There's that whole suite. What is that whole suite called? The one that people used to use a lot before they used NetExec. I think if you're curious enough, you can get yourself there. So I mean, I got myself there, but I definitely felt a lot of imposter syndrome while I was working at my job as a pen tester, and it's one of the reasons why I decided to get out. Relay. So relay attacks. So responder.py. I guess this is. I mean, the relay attacks are those part of SMB? Oh, Impacket. Impacket is the name of that whole suite of tools. So Impacket. Yeah. Helpful Husky says, I can't talk though. I've never worked in IT or cyber. Helpful Husky, I mean, is this all? I mean, you don't do anything tech related for your job? Oh, or are you a developer of some sort? Oh, you just do it for fun. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, there's that whole impacket thing that we need to learn. I guess there's all those Windows Windows attacks. So Windows attacks, we could let's see, where are the Windows? How to use Windows Active Directory, PowerShell, Windows attacks, and in Windows attacks we could talk about stuff like I don't know, Kerber roasting as rep roasting. We could talk about oh yeah. We could talk about that stuff as well. Jeez. Alphalasky says, my job, I'm an end user whose only job is Excel and emails. Go Buster. This is going to count under. So Go Buster specific, yeah, protocols and programs. So I don't know. So you don't necessarily need to know all this stuff, but I learned about Nikto and Derb and GoBuster, and these days I use stuff like FerrixBuster, FFUF, FerrixBuster, NTLM. Oh yeah, pass the hash. So maybe, let's see, Windows stuff, pass the hash, and host dig NSLookup. We can put that down here under specific programs. Host dig NSLookup. And let's go back up here and talk more about some Windows attacks. So, oh, another program that we used was Evil WinRM, which we use pretty often. I'm not too sure if Evil WinRM is used. If you were to use Evil WinRM in a live environment, you would probably need to change some things so that it doesn't get the signature of the connection that it makes doesn't get picked up. So evil WinRM, and yeah, another protocol that we need to talk about. We need to learn is the WinRM protocol. So the WinRM protocol. What else? Okay, let's go back up to talk about some more Windows attacks. So Kerber roasting, ASREP roasting, pass the hash, NTLM relay, and let's see. What is it called? What is it called? Password spraying. Password spraying. What else are some really common Windows attacks? Oh, okay, yeah, Eternal Blue. Eternal Blue, zero logon. Print Nightmare. Potato attacks. My favorite. Print Nightmare. All the potato attacks. Let's see. There's all the privileges. Privileged. I guess we could call these privileged attacks. Privileged attacks like SE impersonate privilege and SE backup privilege. What else? Well, okay. I can actually bounce back and forth. We can talk about Linux stuff. Linux privilege. escalation attacks. So too many AD delegations. I'm gonna come across stuff that I haven't learned myself yet, and that makes me self-conscious. Okay, so let's see. AD delegations. Okay, so let's talk about these privilege escalation attacks. There are too many of them. Sudo stuff, SUID stuff. What else? Oh, silver and golden ticket attacks. You know what? I haven't encountered that in a while, but that's a great ad. Okay, so silver ticket attack, golden ticket attack. So here's the thing: if anybody who doesn't know anything about technology were to oh, what do I need to learn about pen testing? It's just learning about some computer stuff, right? They might come across this list and they might reconsider. I'm not here to scare anybody. I'm just trying to let people know that if you do a pen testing job, you're going to be expected to know all this stuff. Okay, so let's see. Let's go over to our Linux privilege escalation attacks. There's just a lot of them. Sudo stuff, SUID, kernel hacks, sure. Oh, man in the middle, yeah, man in the middle. That's that's definitely a type of Windows attack. Well, actually, it's more politically correct to call it machine in the middle, I think. Alphalowski says it gets easier in the sense that you learn roughly how things work and then remind yourself the exact details when needed. Like, I don't know how to do half of these attacks right over here because I haven't been using them lately. But the important thing is that you take notes when you learn so that you can remind yourself, yeah, exactly what Helpful Husky is talking about. So if you can go back to your notes and you can remind yourself of how to do these things when the time comes, then you're going to be able to adapt and to do this stuff on the fly, basically. You're not able to keep all this information at once, and you're going to have to look up how to do stuff. A lot of hacking is looking up how to do stuff. Okay, so there's kernel stuff, there's capabilities. Is that how you spell it? Capabilities, yeah. I've found some folks have poor security with using Ethernet over main. Ethernet over main adapters. I'm not really familiar with that. Ubu Kunubi? Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Have I lost my YouTube? If you're on YouTube, please say hello. Oh, power line adapters. Awesome. Okay, let's do. If you're on YouTube, please say hello because it seems like I'm only seeing Twitch chatters right now. Okay, let's give everybody some Jurassic Park. Here you go.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, yeah, so let's see. So Linux privilege escalation attacks, we got sudo, we got SUID, we got kernel hacks, we got capabilities, we have, what are some other... I guess database credentials. People steal that stuff. We got credential reuse. Password.txt. Oh, yeah. I guess we could talk about that when we talk about cracking. What was it? I guess this kind of a cryptography topic. So we could talk about password. We can talk about password cracking. We can talk about well, I guess we could go back up to web app hacking. We could talk about some so brute forcing attacks. Stored credentials. But let's see. I mean, I guess we could cheat a little, and then we could go back to this try hack me room that we were covering on privilege escalation. Let's see. Let's take a quick look. Cron jobs. Yeah, cron jobs is another really big one that we see all the time in the challenges. So let's see. Where is that Linux stuff? Linux stuff was down here. Yeah, cron job. So that's cron job abuse. DC sync. DC sync is a Windows attack. So DC sync. I think DC sync gives you the password hashes, right? It gives you password hashes for all the domain users. Is that it? Okay, so oh wow, we've almost been talking about this for an hour already. So yeah, I think I've only scratched the surface. There's way more stuff that we need to know to do our job as pen testers. So let's see. So computer networking, the CVSS scale, password cracking. What about some other non-technical stuff? So looking stuff up is a very... Oh, documentation. I guess documentation, I don't know. So documenting everything you do. MITRE attack framework, that's another broad topic. Let's put it up here. JPro, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome. Nice to see a YouTube chatter in here, geez. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about we give you a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so yeah. Pivoting, tunneling, port forwarding. I think we talked about this in the computer networking portion. So computer networking, where do we put that? Okay. So port forwarding, pivoting, lateral movement. You also said something about tunneling. So tunneling. JPro says, hey, just subscribe to you. Thank you very much, JPro. Welcome. Defensive evasion and obfuscation. So let's see, where would we put that? I guess that's just kind of a broad topic. Or is this? I mean, it's mostly something we talk about when we talk about Windows, right? I guess. Let's see. So AV evasion or defender evasion. AV/defender evasion. JPro says, I'm from India. Where are you? So I'm in Canada, and yeah, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Welcome to all of my viewers from India. Welcome. I don't know how to say hello in what is the national language in India is Hindi, right? If I were to look that up, Google Translate. Okay, so let's do English to... I'm kind of ashamed because there's a very large Indian population where I live. But let's see, okay, Hindi. So if we type in... enter text here. Hello. Namaste. Oh, okay, is it that easy? Hello, nice to see you. Okay, let's get back to the list. So we're just going to be working for another, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, and we're going to try to list as many of these skills that we need to use to learn about pen testing here. So we're not talking about certifications necessarily, but we are trying to list all of the different programs that we use in our work and all the different technical concepts we need to learn. Okay, so let's see. We've got our online stuff, our web app hacking. I guess we are kind of slowing down. Let's see. So Windows stuff. Oh, I guess I guess we could also talk about the task manager, because you know we need to work inside the task manager and like manage our stuff. Let's see. Helpful Askew says, "Oh, buffer overflow stuff." Yeah, it's not something you really encounter too often in the real world, but it used to be very, very prevalent. So let's see, where would we put that? I guess we can put that in like broad tech topics, broad tech concepts. So binary hacking / buffer overflow. Unsecured credentials in group policy GPP. So that's a Windows attack. What do we call this? Yeah, I guess we could call it unsecured creds in GPP. In GPP, would we call this an object? Unattended.xml. Unattended.xml. Yeah, it's been a while since I've heard about that. I actually haven't been doing a lot of Windows stuff lately, and when you don't do stuff that's related to particular big topic like Windows, you start to forget that stuff. I actually went through a period where I wasn't doing any like hands-on keyboard stuff for a really long time, and I forgot how to do my nmap commands. That was really embarrassing. Okay, so what are some other common protocols and programs that we need to learn? I feel that work gets busy and you got breaks for weeks at a time. Yeah, for sure. So SSH, something we use, host dig, WinRM, all this stuff, all these protocols. I can't be running out. HTTP is another protocol, sure. So HTTP, there's also HTTPS. What are some other really common stuff that we find? Oh, Telnet, sure. I mean, I don't know if we would call Telnet super common, but it is something we need to know about. So Telnet, there is also, one thing that I really haven't encountered is secure FTP. Mail stuff as well. So SMTP is mail. Redis. Yeah, I do run into Redis every once in a while. AD trusts. And I think Redis is only spelled with one D. Yeah, so no SQL. And, AD trusts. AD trusts, that's like a Windows concept. You know, this is going to be very useful when I get into my Linux hacking portion of today's stream. Laps, GMSA, and laps. I always trust the random USB key from the car park floor. Of course, of course. So, what were some of those other really common Windows protocols? Oh yeah. There's Kerberos. There's DNS. There's RPC. There's there is remote desktop protocol, RDP. Yeah, RDP. There's PSExec. PSExec is a program, but sure, yeah. PSExec. There's PSExec. There is. I guess. Man, I should have separated out a separate tab for like programming languages and stuff, because we also encounter a lot of like kind of niche programming languages. So there's Perl, there's C, there's C++. You definitely don't need to know all there is to know about these programming languages, but you need to be aware of these things. So stuff like Ruby. What else? Python. SNMP. No, not Fortran. Not most of the time. Pixie. What is Pixie? Oh, you need to know about all of these. You also have to know about all the architectures as well. So let's see. Computer architectures. So computer architectures, you don't necessarily need to know a lot, but you need to know that these things exist. So stuff like x86. What is the one that Apple uses? ARM, yeah. So ARM. There is also AV evasion. Fortran, AV evasion in general, yeah. x86 and then x86-64. But yeah, you do need to know that these different computer architectures exist, otherwise you could run into a very bad time in the future. What is the really common one that you see for mobile devices? So there's ARM, there's x86. Is it called... Is it... Let me look it up real quick. Okay, so... Common computer architectures. Android can be... I mean, I'm pretty sure it's on a few different ones. Okay, so let's see what the AI has to say about this. Von Neumann. I've never heard of this. Harvard, RISC, x86, ARM, Spark, MIPS. MIPS is pretty common on, for like embedded systems. But then again, there's just too much of this stuff. You need to know about, you need to be kind of aware of a lot of this stuff. You don't necessarily need to have very deep knowledge. But, let's see. Which computer do most Android phones use? So in this case, computer architecture for Android is ARM. Okay. Yeah, but you can also have Android on x86, but it's not very common these days. Okay, I think, well, we might call this for now, but it's a really messy, this is a really messy document. But we might add to it when we explore this more later. If you're interested in taking a look at all the weird notes that we took today. Yeah, the reason why Android devices don't use x86 is because x86 is a really big power hog. and they want to use something that has a better battery life, and that's why they choose ARM most of the time. Okay, so yeah, so there's the link for everything that we wrote today. It's just this is something that I thought about when I was getting into offensive security, and when I wanted to learn about hacking and cybersecurity stuff in general. I thought to myself, like, if I was able to get like a big list of all the stuff that I need to know, then I could safely and confidently be able to learn all this stuff, and then I wouldn't feel like a real dum-dum when I do my job. But it's a lot of stuff. You can definitely acquire all these skills and learn about all these topics, but it takes a really long time. Okay, let's go ahead and do the third topic for today. So the third topic for today is going to be, we're going to be talking about the Bandit CTF labs. So this is more Linux stuff, and we're going to be talking about some of the later levels inside the Bandit CTF game. If you're interested in taking a look at what we're taking a look at when we're learning about this, you can go ahead and go over to our walkthroughs for Over the Wire Bandit. Ariful, nice to see you here. And these are our walkthroughs for the various levels of the game. And in the meantime, I also have a little PDF talking about how to solve the levels, and also talking about what the different concepts are for the levels we're going to be covering. So I've got a whopping 121 slides on here. I think everything we're looking at starts from like slide 90 though. 90. Oh, okay, no. I think we're starting with level 25 today. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over to level 25. 121. Yeah, so if you want to join in with us today, these are the credentials we're going to be using for the first level. So this is the username and this is the password. Okay, so let me go ahead and grab the level description. No, this one. Okay, so let me change the music, and then we'll go ahead and start. How about we do some faster than light for our music. Okay, so when we do these challenges, I like to use a machine that everybody can use, and the machine that everybody can use is this one over here. It is the let's see, what is it called again? JS Linux. So JS Linux from Bellard.org. So this is a web accessible Linux box that anybody can use, and it's even internet capable. So that's kind of fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in to the level. So SSH, what is it? Bandit 25. Bandit 25 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org on port 2220. And I think I can copy this over just in case anybody wants to play along. This is the command you would use on your terminal. Oh, why does this not want to copy? Okay, let's just go ahead and start. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit 25, the Bandit 25 level over at the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. And the first thing we need to do when we solve to do any of these levels is to log in using SSH. So I've got my password for Bandit 25. I'm going to be pasting it in. it's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. The answer is yes. And we will go ahead and paste in our password over here. Press enter. And then we're logged in. Great. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what we're doing inside this level. So if we take a look over at the Over the Wire website, we've got the level goal for Bandit level 25 going into level 26. So it says logging into Bandit 25. Log into Bandit 26 from Bandit 25 should be fairly easy. The shell for user Bandit 26 is not bin bash, but something else. Find out what it is, how it works, and how to break out of it. Okay, so Bandit level 25 is all about getting access to Bandit level 26, and the way we do it is this. So we see inside here there's a file called bandit26.ssh key. So if we run the file command on this file, it says it's an RSA private key. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's talk about this. So in Bandit 25, we're given an SSH private key to log in as the Bandit 26 user. So we need to set this up first. So the thing we need to do is we need to download this. We can download the private key using the scp command. So we reuse the scp command to access the Bandit server and to download the key, because we're going to be using this key to access the level as Bandit 26. So this is what we do. We're just going to copy this command over here. Actually, before we run the scopy command, let's talk about how this is used. So the first part of the command here, scopy port 2220, it's going to specify the port to communicate on. So we're going to communicate over port 2220. The second part of the command is going to specify the user and the server to communicate with. So we're going to be accessing Bandit 25, this user, at this server address right here, bandit.labs.overthewire.org. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. Okay, so it's time for some, how about some rainy day birds? This is a pretty cute video. So these two birds just hanging out. Alright everybody, we'll be back in about a minute. Just have to have a little water break. But enjoy the birds and the music. Okay, so we've got a user with no name on YouTube that says, "Hi, hello, user with no name. What is your username, may I ask?" Okay, so we got this bird over here. It says, this is pretty recent, but yeah, birds they get really hungry when it's raining a lot, like it is in this clip over here. Let's go ahead and put the birds away, and we'll get back to the hacking. My username is Kura, but my display name is secret. It sure does look like a secret. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the second part over here of the scopy command is going to specify the server and the username. And the third part of the command is going to specify the file path to the file that we want to download on the remote server and the file path to save to on the local host. So over here, this is going to be, we're going to be accessing this SSH key in this directory, and we're going to be copying it to our local directory. So we're just going to grab this entire command. We're going to copy it. I'll give the command to everybody in chat as well if they want to try. But you're going to have to fix it up because the formatting is a little bit weird. So in the JS Linux console over here, we're just going to log out real quick. Because what we need to do is we need to download this key over here. And we're going to use it using this command. Nope. Okay, hold on. Let me try pasting this in. Actually, let me try fixing this in another field. Okay, and then I'll try pasting it in. Okay, so this is the command. We're going to run scopy, and we're going to try to download the file using the command over here. Let's see if it works. So we need to provide the password for user bandit25. Let's go ahead and get that. Where is it? It's here. Okay, we can copy that. Go back, paste in the password. Okay, so that downloads the file. And we're going to see that the file is now in our directory. Okay, and then we see that the bandit26.ssh key is in our directory now. So if we run the file command on it, we see that this is an RSA private key, and we can use this to log in as the bandit26 user. And we would do it like this. So it's the same thing, SSH. We need to use the -I to indicate that we're using a private key. Then we indicate the name of the private key file. So it's bandit26.ssh key. And then we specify the user. So the user is bandit26 at bandit.labs.overthewire.org. Oh, sorry. We need to also specify it's on port 2220. Okay, so here's the thing. This is part of the next level. So when we log in to bandit26 using the SSH private key, it logs us off immediately after we log in, and this is part of bandit level number 26. So we've essentially finished bandit level 25. So let's talk about this. So in bandit level 25, we needed to access bandit level 26 by using the SSH key. We successfully downloaded the key using the scopy command, but when we tried to log in as bandit 26, it logged us out immediately. And this is part of the puzzle for bandit level 26. So everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for bandit 25 over at the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not leaving. We're not stopping. It's just that I need to record my intros and outros for the YouTube videos that I need to make from these things eventually. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next level. So okay, this is what we're going to do for the next level. Okay. All right, let's go back to here. So this is level 26 to 27. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 26 over at the Bandit Labs over at the overthewire.org website. So what are we doing in this level of Bandit? So the level goal here says, good job getting a shell. Now hurry and grab the password for Bandit 27. So this does not tell us very much, and we need to find out what happened over in the last level. So in the last level, what do? We use the SSH key to try to log in as Bandit level 26 using the SSH key. When we did that, we were immediately logged out. We got this little banner message, Bandit 26, then we got kicked out of the server. So the question is why? Why did this happen? We're going to find out, and this is how we're going to find out. We're actually going to log in as Bandit 25. We're going to log in as Bandit 25, and then we're going to do some investigation. Okay. SSH, port 2220. Okay. Ariffle says, brother, I'm learning web pen testing. Can you give me any tips or tricks or some resources? So what do you already know about web app concepts? So have you done web app development, or are you coming at this completely fresh? So one thing I can recommend if you want to learn about web applications or security testing for web applications is the Natus game from Over the Wire. So this is also from Over the Wire, but this is the game over here. And another good resource for learning about web app hacking is going to be Portswigger. So portswigger.net. They've got an academy where you can learn about all sorts of web app vulnerabilities, and they've got interactive labs there as well. And it's all free. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, so we need to provide the password. Let me get that password for level 25 over here. Paste it in. Looks like the the connection is a little bit slow. Ariffle says, I was a web developer before. Now I just learn about how to do recon with Nmap and some basic stuff. Oh, okay. Definitely check out the Natus CTF that I linked over there from Over the Wire, and check out the stuff over at Portswigger Academy. Okay, let's try that again. Sometimes the network connection on this machine from JS Linux is a little bit spotty. Okay, so it asks for the password. We paste in the password, and let's see if we can log in. Okay, so we're logged in as Bandit 25. What we want to do is we want to figure out what is going on with Bandit number 26. So we can take a look at the etc password file, and we can take a look at Bandit 26's information. So we're just going to cat out the etc password file. We're going to grep for Bandit 26. Okay, so here's the thing. So according to the etc password file here, Bandit 26, their shell, or the shell that they use, is not a bash shell, it's not an sh shell, it's this show text binary over here, or what we're assuming is a binary. So we actually need to get more information about this file over here. We're just going to first get the file permissions. Okay, so we can read the file, that's great. So let's go ahead and read that file. Actually, another thing we can do is we could try to find out what kind of file it is. And this is a shell script. So this is a script. It's not a shell, it's a script. So let's take a look at the script and see what's going on. So this is what this does is it makes the terminal Linux. I'm not too sure what the Linux terminal is inside of the Linux environment. This is a terminal I haven't heard of before. So it runs this more command on this file over here. It's called text.txt inside of the home directory, and then it exits. So this explains what happened when we tried to log in. So it basically displayed this text.txt file, and then it booted us out because that's what the script says. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to take advantage of the more command over here. So this is what we can do. We can just get out of here, and then we can run the command to access bandit number 20, bandit 26 with the SSH file, with the SSH private key. So it logs us out immediately after displaying this file over here, that it's displaying using the more command. And how do we take advantage of this? Let's talk about it. Okay, so in Bandit 26, we're in a restricted shell. We're told that Bandit 26 is using a different shell, and it turns out it's a shell script that looks like the above. So this right here. Since the file that's being read is only a few lines long, we need to make the terminal text really big so that it doesn't fit on one page. So we can, the way we do this is just like this. So we're just going to make the text really big, and I think I don't know if I can make it bigger than this, but we need to make the text so big that it only displays a little bit at a time. Okay, can I make it bigger? I think this is as big as it gets. Okay, let's run the previous command. Okay, and when we run the command, what happens? Okay, this is still not big enough. Can I make this? I don't think I can do it. Yeah, that's of course. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it from this terminal over here, so I'm going to switch over to another terminal. So the web terminal, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to finish the challenge on this. So I'm just going to go over to my Kali Linux box. Let me copy this command over first. Hold on. Copy the command over. Oh, but I don't have the private key on here. That's a bummer. Hold on. Let me. What was that scopy command? Let me grab the scopy command. Such a pain in the butt. Okay, here we go. This is the scopy command. I'm going to copy this thing over to my Linux, my Kali Linux box. Okay, so scopy. No. This isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something else. Just a second. I've got this stuff all on my notes. Or at least I thought I had this stuff all in my notes. Okay, let me try copying this command over. This still isn't what I want. Hold on. I'm copying the wrong thing, am I not? Okay. This is what I'm looking for. This is the command I'm looking for, the scopy command. Okay, so let's do this. It's going to ask for the Bandit25 password. Let me get it. Bandit25, this password. Okay, so it's copied over here now. Now we can actually run the Bandit26 command. So yeah, this immediately logs us out, but if we make this really, really, really freaking big, then we can run the command and we'll be able to interrupt the more command that is being run. Yeah, so here we see that the entire banner can't be displayed, and the more command is in the middle of execution here. So we're going to be using a very uncommon technique with the more command to get access to a shell prompt. And I think we talk about it over here. So in some Linux environments, the more command can be interrupted into the vi or vim text editor by pressing the V key during the more execution. So after we press the V key in the middle of the more execution, we can enter the vi text editor, and then we can escape using a vi or vim text editor shell escape. So this is what we do. So over here, we're in the middle of more, press V to enter the vim text editor, and then we're gonna do this. So colon set shell equals bin bash. And then after we do that, we do another command. And the other vim command we do is shell. So after we give this, we're now using the bash shell as bandit user number 26. So if we ask who am I, we are bandit 26. Okay, that's great. And what we need to do now is we need to get the password for bandit user number 27. So this is the only file in here. It's why did we get booted out? Okay, let's go ahead and get in there again. Okay, we need to make our terminal nice and big again. Then we need to do, what was it? Set shell equals bin bash, and then shell. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so to get the password, we need to run this binary right here. So it's so what the binary does is it's basically an SUID binary that whatever command is done in the context of bandit user number 27. And I'm pretty sure these bandit user pass, bandit user pass, bandit 27, this is where the password is stored. Okay, no such file or directory. Hold on, I need to find out where I need to find out where the where the file is. Okay, so find group bandit 27. Game Boy, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here, Game Boy, and welcome to the stream. Okay, let's look for user bandit 27 instead. Oh, okay. So etc bandit pass bandit 27. Okay, so that's the file we need to read. So we're just gonna run bandit 27 do, and we'll run it on with cat etc bandit pass bandit 27. Okay, so this is the password for bandit 27. So we're just gonna copy this and record this. And these are the credentials we're going to be using for the next level. Game Boy, hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? How am I doing today? I'm just doing my live stream. Okay, so what did we do in this level? Let's do a little review. Where is it? Bandit 26. Okay, so the username was bandit26, the password was this. The objective here says, good job getting a shell, now hurry and grab the password for bandit27. So this is a weird script that is used for the default shell on the bandit26, for the bandit26 user. So the script reads the contents of text.txt file using the more command, and then it boots the user out. We can abuse the more command by making the text in the terminal really, really big before running the SSH command to log in, which triggers the more command. From there we can activate the vi text editor inside of more by pressing the V key. And from there we can use a vi method of shell escape, which is something like this. So afterwards we need to use that other file to read the password. But alright, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for Bandit level number 26 from the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's move on to Bandit level 27. Gameboy says, Python script decoded bytes. I'm not too sure what you're referring to there. Could you let me know? Okay, let's try logging into the next level as Bandit level number 27. So I guess we can use we can use our JS Linux console again, just so we're being very, very inclusive of everybody. Let's make this nice and big so that we can see everything. Okay, so we're going to log in as Bandit 27. Okay, and then we need to get the password. So the password is going to be this over here. Nope, that's not it. It's over here. Okay, paste this in. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit Bandit level number 27 from the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. So the level goal for this level is as follows. It says there is a Git repository at SSH Bandit 27 Git. Okay, this one right here. So it says the password for Bandit 27 Git is the same as the user Bandit 27. Clone the repository and find the password for the next level. So how are we going to do this? So we're going to be learning about Git a lot in these next few levels. So let's talk about this. So in Bandit level number 27, we're going to be talking about the Git system or the Git platform. So the next several levels in Bandit cover Git software features. So Git is a distributed version control system that tracks versions of files. It is used by programmers to help develop software collaboratively. So the first step to solving these levels is to clone the repository into a writable directory. So we're going to have to get the Git environment ready for our investigation. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to make a directory inside the temp directory here, and the reason why we need to do this is because we need to write some files, and we're not able to write files to any other location on the file system. So this is what we're going to do. I'm just going to go back to the file system over here. We're going to make a directory. So the directory is going to be, let's call this temp bandit 27 git. Okay, so this I already created this earlier, so I guess what we can do is we can just move into that directory. So we're just going to move into the directory. So temp slash, actually let's make a new directory. We'll make this directory the same thing, but we'll add 4 dots instead of 3. Okay. And then from here we can move into /temp/4 dots bandit27.git. bandit27git. Okay, so here's a writable directory that we can write files to. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to run this command right here. And this command, we basically got it from the level description here. So the Git repository here. Okay, and then we go back to the terminal. We're going to do git clone. Here, and what is the rest of the command? The rest of the command is... it has to be at localhost 2220. Do I have all that? Okay, so it's going to be localhost 2220. I need to adjust the command. And is there anything else I need to adjust? No. Okay, great. Okay, let's go ahead and give that command. Okay, we give that command for git clone. And then it asks us to give a password. So the password over here is the same one as Bandit27. Bandit27's password is this. Can paste it in. And that is going to copy all the files from the Git repository into this directory over here. It's called repo. So we can enter the repo directory, and we see here that there's actually a lot of files in here. So everything underneath the .git directory, these are going to be all the files inside the Git repository. And there's also the README file here. And well, let's talk about how we're going to solve this level. So the first step to solving these levels is to clone the repository into a writable directory. We did that. And Git projects are called repositories or repos. And each Git repo will have a README file which explains the contents of the Git repo. So the README file is a pretty standard part of each one of these Git projects, or the Git repos rather. And we can get some information by reading the README files. So over here, we can cat readme, because this is a file in the directory. And it tells us very plainly that the password for the next level is this. So we can just copy this, and this is going to be the password for the next level, which is Bandit 28. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll also run them on YouTube, and we will also put on some birds. And you know what? This is one of my favorites from lately, and this is the bird having a lot of fun with peanuts. So enjoy the birds, enjoy the music. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. So for anybody who doesn't know, these birds right here, the stellar jays, they really like peanuts. But the problem is that they have to shake the peanuts to figure out which peanut is a good peanut. And how do they know what is a good peanut and a bad peanut? I'm not too sure, but I'm sure they can tell the quality of the peanuts by shaking them around. All right, let's go ahead and put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Okay, so we just got the password for the next level, and let's talk about how we solved that level. So this is Bandit level 27, and the level description says there's a Git repo at this SSH over here, and we cloned the Git repository, and then we found the password for the next level. The method of solve is that we use this command over here inside of a publicly writable directory to clone the repository. And then after we clone the repository, we found that the password is inside the README file. So the README file is a common file to all of the GitHub repos, or the Git repos rather, and it had the password. All right, so that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 27 level from the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out! Alright, let's continue on to the next level. So Game Boy says they check that if they can crack them. I'm pretty sure that they can crack them. I think they're trying to figure out if the peanuts are peanuts are big enough. So if the peanuts are big, then they shouldn't make very much noise when you shake them around. But if the peanuts are small, then they'll make a lot of noise when you shake them around. So I think that's how they tell if it's a good peanut or a bad peanut. But let's talk less about peanuts and let's talk more about hacking. Okay, let's move on to the next level. So the next level is Bandit level number 28. I think this might be the last level we're going to be covering for Bandit today. Let's talk less about peanuts and talk more about hacking. Okay. All right, let's go back. Actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and get out of here. Let's move into the next level. So the next level is level number 28. And this is the password. I just need to put this in. Paste in the password. Paste in the password. Okay, let's go ahead and begin the level. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for level number 28 from the Bandit Labs over at overthewire.org. So what is going on in this level? So the level goal here says that there is a Git repository over at this SSH over here, and the password for the user Bandit28 Git is the same as the user Bandit28. Clone the repository and find the password for the next level. So this is another level where we need to use the Git software in order to find the password for the next level. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So this is Bandit level number 28, and in this level we're going to be taking a look at the Git log files. So the level in Bandit covers Git software features. Git is a distributed version control system that tracks versions of files. It is used by programmers to help develop software collaboratively. So an important thing to know about Git is that Git often features in CTF challenges, and CTF there are a lot of CTF events that have challenges that have something to do with Git. And let's talk a little bit more about this. So we're talking about Git log files this time, and Git keeps track of each instance of changes to files in the repos. They're called commits, and within its log, and it can access it with the git log command. So we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We need to go ahead and go back here, and we need to use a git clone command. Let me get the git clone command. Okay, so this is the git clone command we're using for this exercise here. Gonna paste it. Oh, we can't do this yet. We can't do this yet because we need to go to a publicly readable directory. So we're gonna make a publicly readable directory. Let's see, bandit28 git, and let's move into that directory. Okay, so we're here. We can give the command now that we're in a writable directory in the temp directory. Paste in the command, and this is going to clone the repository that's located at the SSH server here. We need to supply our password for Bandit28. Let's get that. Okay, so we cloned the repository into this directory right here called repo. So we're going to enter that directory. And we see here there's a readme.md file. So we got the password in the previous level from the readme.md file. So if we take a look at readme.md with the cat command, it says username bandit29 and password is, well, the password is probably not this. So what do we need to do in this level? We need to use the git log features. And let's talk about the git log features one more time. So Git keeps track of each instance of changes to files in the repo. These are called commits. So the changes to the files are called commits, and it keeps these within its log. and we can access it with the git log command. So it's a little bit like history. Yeah, it's a little bit like history Game Boy. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and do git log. So git log, this is a log of all of the commits. So inside of these, let's talk a little bit more about this. So by default, the git log command shows the commit hash, the user who made the commit, the date the commit was made, and a commit description or comment. So it's got the commit hash. This is a unique number for each one of these commits. There's the author that made the commit, which is this person right here. There's the date when the commit was done, which is this right here. And there's a comment or a description for this particular commit. So another thing about the git log command is that we can run the git log command with the -p flag, and this is going to see what data changed within the commit. It's basically, it tells you the difference between the file previously and afterwards. And this is how we get the password for the next level. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so here we do the git log command. The git log command says they fixed an info leak here, they added some missing data in this commit, and the initial commit of readme.md is here. So if we wanted to see what was changed with each one of these commits, we would run git log -p. And git log -p is going to give us more information about what was changed. Oh, sorry. Let me resize this. Okay, so we see inside of this commit right over here, this is the fixed info leak commit. And we see that, so username was unchanged, but this information here was erased. So the information here that was erased was the password, and they put in its place password XXXX. So this is the password for user bandit number 29, and we accessed it by using the git log feature. So this is the password. Okay, so before we finish this up, let's talk about how we solved this level. So this was Bandit level number 28. The username is Bandit28. The password is this. The objective was to clone a Git repository and then find the password for the next level. So we cloned the repository like we did in the previous level using this command here. From here we take a look at the readme.md file, and it looks like the password was redacted. To take a look at the history for the readme.md file, we use this command over here to take a look at the logs. And to take a look at the logs with the previous information, we can use the -p, and that's how we found the password for the next level. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for level number 28 of the Bandit CTF Labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish out for the day. So we finished 3 levels, I think, for the Bandit game over here. And if you have any questions about what we did to finish any of these levels, let us know in the chat, because I don't want anybody to feel confused about what we've been doing so far. What we're going to do now is we're going to move into some free hacking. So by free hacking, I mean we're going to be doing a hacking exercise. So it's basically network hacking stuff over at Dockerlabs.es. And you can join in with us by going over to Dockerlabs.es. So all you need to do is you need to have a version of Linux with Docker installed, and you can do these challenges along with us. Don't be intimidated by the fact that the website is in Spanish, because we've got translation technology here. So what challenge are we doing today? I think we're doing the 40 Thieves. So los, I don't know how to pronounce this in Spanish. It's los something ladrones, and we're going to be downloading this Docker container. We're going to be deploying it, and then we're going to be doing some hacking against it. Website hacking. Website hacking? Well, it's probably going to be website hacking because most Linux challenges have some sort of website component to them. But yeah, let's go ahead and download this file over here. Okay, so we just download, and it's a pretty small file. After it's done, we can deploy the machine, and while it's downloading, let's go ahead and set up our environment. So I like to have a bunch of different tabs when I do my free hacking challenges, just so it's easier to show everybody else what's going on in the terminal. So we'll do a tab for Nmap, we'll do one for web enumeration, we'll do one for research. I don't think we need this anymore. This will be our Docker container tab. And we'll open up a couple more tabs as well. So this tab will be for shell access. And we'll do one more for brute force attacks, in case we need to do brute force attacks. Maybe. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this nice and colorful, because if you have a bunch of tabs, they become more powerful if you color code them. Didn't you know? Okay, this is red. This one will make it orange. This one's green, and this one's blue. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to deploy the Docker container. We downloaded a Docker container. We need to deploy it, and then we need to hack it all up. And I think I've got too many PDF files. Let me get rid of this. Let's get rid of the PDF files. Let's get rid of the .cap files. Let's get rid of the .txt files. Let's see. Okay, so what is the name of the file we just downloaded? What is this number in Spanish? I really want to know. Just a second. Okay, translate. So we're going to translate from Spanish. Where is it? So 40 in Spanish is 40. Okay. I have no idea. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we need to unzip this file here. Los 40 razones. Error says, will you start a Discord group, please? Yeah, we're going to be starting up a Discord group in the summer. So maybe in the next month or two, we'll be starting up our Discord. But thank you very much for reminding me about that. Okay, so we need to use the autodeploy.sh file to deploy the Docker container. So we're just going to do that. And we're going to run it with the Las 40 ladrones .tar file. Okay, so we just deployed the Docker container, and in a second it'll tell us what IP address we can use to access it. So this is the IP address here. So most of these IP addresses are going to be the same. It kind of messes up some things, but in another way it's very convenient. Okay, let's go over to do our Nmap scans. So we run the nmap scan to try to figure out what ports and services are open on this remote server that's running inside of Docker. And it looks like there's only one port open, which is port 80. So what do we do? I think what we should do is we should do some web app enumeration, because there's port 80 open on the system, and port 80 is associated with the HTTP, which is unencrypted web pages. Error says, "Thank you so much. You're my favorite resource for cybersecurity." Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad you think so. There are a lot of resources for cybersecurity, of course. Please, look in many other places as well. All right, what are we doing? So we can run dirb to figure out some basic information about this web server. So there's a index.html page. That's pretty normal. We can also run the Nicto tool. So I run dirb and Nicto first, just in case there's something really old on the web server. So dirb and Nicto are usually pretty good at identifying very old web server endpoints. Okay, but it didn't find anything. That's fine. Let's use a more modern. Let's use a more modern directory busting tool. So the directory busting tool that we like to use most of the time is FairXBuster. It does lots of recursive directory busting, and in this case, I think we're going to look for some PHP files. We're going to look for some back files, some zip files, and let's see if we can get anywhere with this. Okay, so we've got index.html, qdefense.txt. This is unusual. That's weird. We should probably take a look at it. So I can just grab this endpoint here, copy it, then go over to our web browser. In the web browser, we can just navigate over to... Okay, so what is going on? Something about a llama? Something about a llama. So we can just copy... can we translate this from Spanish to English? Remember, call before you go in. Don't be like that rude. Like the rude. Like the rude? Search for and call this number. So, call. We're talking about phone numbers. Okay, let's translate this back to the original. I'm going to copy this. We're going to go back over to Google Translate just to make sure that this is actually the message. Oh, okay. We're talking about port knocking in this one. So port knocking is a technique that you can do to open up network ports. It's not. I haven't done port knocking in a really long time. It's kind of a weird concept. But let's see. See if we can look this up. Port knocking. Let's see if we can find something on HackTricks. So, pentesting guide, portknocking.md. Great. Let's take a look. So, port knocking is an obfuscation as security technique. It basically means that after knocking on ports in a specific sequence, a certain port will open automatically. It seems to be more popular in capture the flag contests than in real-life networks, but I've included it anyway since CTFs are great. Okay, this is a way to hide certain ports so you don't get unwanted intrusion events. So imagine you can access your server via SSH, but you're tired of getting unwanted brute force attempts all day long. So you can have the SSH port closed, and when you knock on certain ports in a specified order, the SSH port opens up, maybe for a few minutes, or maybe indefinitely until you close it again. So software to implement port knocking. So how do we actually knock? As mentioned before, a knock is essentially just sending a packet to a specific port. I guess there are a few ways to do this, but here are 3 ways. So knock, there's a knock program. So apt-get install knockd. Knockd, huh? Inside the lock, the button, when you press it, it will open the port. Okay, so let's see if the knock isn't installed. Knockd. We can install it. Sure, let's try installing it. So what's the pass? Actually, maybe we should learn how to do manual port knocking. Okay, so we can do it in nmap and bash, or we could do it in netcat. So we can just netcat on the specific ports. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. So netcat, the IP address. What's the IP address? So if you can learn how to do something manually, we should probably learn how to do it manually because we don't always have our tools. Okay, so the ports are 7,800, 8,000, and 9,000. So 7,000, and then do the same thing with 8,000. And then finally do it with 9,000. Okay, and then after that, find and call this. I mean, is this a password? I'm not too sure. Okay, so we can try scanning the box one more time to figure out which port opened up. So we discovered port 80, okay. Is there really nothing? Maybe we should use another method of doing the port knocking. Maybe netcat wasn't the method we were supposed to use. Oh, it's a Microsoft. 3 terminals. 3 terminals? I'm not too sure what you're talking about, Game Boy. Yeah, so we only discovered port 80. Okay, so what else is going on here? So we found QDefense. How about index.8? Well, we should probably take a look at the landing page for the website over at index.html. Okay, thank you very much for following Mr. Pamper Carrot. Mr. Pamper Carrot, welcome to the stream. And you know what? Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get.
Okay, so this is the landing page. Sometimes there are some interesting comments inside of these inside the landing pages here. Looks like that's not the case this time. Okay, so what do we have here? So the only thing we know about is the port knocking. Let's try doing another scan. We might be able to find some other directories if we scan longer. So let's go ahead and do that. So in the meantime, we can learn a little bit more about these port knocking techniques. Okay, so nmap, we can run nmap. Okay. Here's the thing. If we run nmap to do port mapping, to do port knocking here, I'm not too sure what's supposed to happen after we finish the knocking. If you know what port is open, you can connect to the port using netcat. The following command should work. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, so we should probably look up this phone number here. So the phone number says find and call this phone number. So the phone number, what is it? Can we do phone number? Hold on. Let me get into a private window. And let's do phone number lookup. So Game Boy told us about the that it was supposed to be a Microsoft phone number for India. Free reverse phone number lookup. Let's take a look over here. So the phone number is this. This is not a United States phone number. How about? So is this? I mean, is this India? 54. Let's see. World code. World telephone code 54. Oh, it was a joke. Okay, so this is Argentina. So this is Argentina, sure. Where is it? Argentina. And then let's search this phone number. This isn't a valid phone number. Well, I mean, if it's not a valid phone number, what could this be? I mean, it is a phone number, right? We found a write-up for the machine that we're looking at over here. Okay. Well. Can we... Let's try asking the AI. It might know some more stuff. Okay, so we... I'm not sure. We have a phone number. Can you tell us some info about it? Oh, it wants us to prove that we're human. Okay, verify we're human. Okay, so this is Argentina. So it's got a province and city. So Bahia Blanca. Possible carriers. Line type. Landlines start with, this is most likely a mobile number, okay? Show the owner if listed, checks validity. So reverse lookup tools, Truecaller. Need more details? What is this? Truecaller.com. Let me try this. Hopefully this doesn't lead anywhere weird. Okay, best caller ID and spam blocking app. Well, let's search for the phone number. So this is for Argentina. Let's put in the phone number and let's see what it says. Dren Fashion says, didn't know we could use generative AI like that. Well, I mean, we can use it for whatever purposes we want. Well, whatever purposes we want to. We got some comments, caller stats. I'm a resident of Canada. I don't know if I want to give this website my information. But anyways, let's yeah, the only thing that we get when we look up this phone number is a write-up for this machine that we're doing right here. Okay, so I mean, otherwise we didn't find anything on the box when we did our directory busting here. So okay, let's try. Okay, let's get out of here and let's go back to doing stuff about knocking. So the message is translated as remember to knock before entering. Don't be like the rude knock. Knock. We got some numbers. Find and call. Find and call. I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to call this phone number. Do we actually have to call this phone number? 54. Maybe 54 is the port we need to contact. So how do we do this? Let's try using the program. So the program is knockd. We'll give it a try. Okay, and then what does the article have to say about knockd? So you simply type knock IP port. So knock IP port. Okay, let's do that. So knock, the IP is this one, and the port is the ports. There are 3 ports. This port 7,000, 8,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. So that does the knock. And let's try netcat on port 52. Because 52 is the area code that we got. No, 54. 54 is the area code. Well, okay, that's not the right IP address. Okay, and looks like there's no response. I need to make sure that this is the right IP address. 721702. Yeah, that's the right IP address. Let's run another quick nmap scan to make sure that... Oh, now port 22 is open. Okay. So we did the knock successfully, and now we've got port 22. So the problem now is that we don't know what usernames are on the system. Put the phone number as the SSH. The phone, I mean, is the phone number the username or the password? So if we just copy this, we copy this phone number, then we make up a little username, and so let's see. users.txt. So maybe this is one of the users. Maybe find and call this. Remember to knock before entering. Find and call this. No, this isn't. This is Spanish. It means find and call. So I mean, the name of this challenge is, what is the name of the challenge? The name of the challenge is Thieves, or like the 40 Thieves. So maybe Ladrones is the name of the user. So aside from that, I don't know if these could be usernames or passwords, or maybe they're usernames and passwords. Not sure. Root admin. Root admin? Yeah, I mean, we could also do root. We could do admin. Save this as the users. Oreo Byte says port knocking challenge. Yeah, we've done port knocking already. And when we did the port knocking, we got the we got port 22 to open up. So for passwords, it could be any of these. And, well, I mean, let's try. So let's see, we've got users.txt and pass.txt. Okay, let's give it a try. It's probably not going to work. So well, I mean, is port 22 still open? Port 22, okay. Whoa. Is this a vulnerable version of OpenSSH? Just in case. Usually SSH is not something you can attack, but I'm just going to check. Okay, that's a secure version of OpenSSH. Let's do the nmap scan again. So there's port 22. It's open now. It's not closing. That's great. There's also port 80. So ncrack finished. Yeah, not sure. I don't think we can. I don't think we can hack OpenSSH. Not in this case. Remember to knock before. Don't be rude. Knock. Okay, find and called this. I really want to figure out what is going on with this phone number. I guess the other thing we could do is we can just run ncrack with, or Hydra for that matter, with the username that we found. We don't even know if this is a real username. Yeah, this one right here. We could try giving this something like rocku.txt. That's going to be a lot of brute forcing. Nana Ya. Nana Ya? Hello. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a, how about we give you a desert frog? Yeah, I really wish that we knew what the heck this number meant. I guess the other thing we could do with this number is we could just put this number in as an endpoint. So this isn't an endpoint. Is it .html? Nope. So this is the Apache server. I guess the other thing we could do is we could see if there are any vulnerabilities with this version of Apache. Maybe over here. Okay, so Apache, this version. No, not this version of Apache. Mohammed says, are you sure the translation is correct? Where's the translation? So this is Spanish. If anybody speaks Spanish in here, I'll just leave the message in the chat here, and we'll ask the AI to see if it knows what's going on. Okay. Translate this Spanish. Remember to call before entering. Don't be like Talk the rude one. Oh, so wait, is Talk the username? Let's try adding this to our list. Okay, so Talk, and we'll add this to users. Talk. Okay, then let's do the ncrack again. Okay, I think we can leave this alone for just a second. Remember to call before entering. Calling ahead like visiting a place. Don't be like Talk the rude one. Talk mimics knocking, implying someone who doesn't call and just shows up rudely. Yeah, not sure. Not sure what's really going on here. Ncrack finished. Didn't give us anything. Okay. I mean, we could also just try Talk with the entire RockU list. Game Boy, why do you think that kitty cat would be the password? Let me know why you think that's the password. You finished it? What do you mean? I'm not too sure. You cracked it. You Let's see. Well, I mean, let's see if we can crack the password ourselves here. Maybe Talk with the full phone number. I mean, the whole phone number has a space, and it's very rare that spaces are in your password. But I guess we could try. Okay, so SSH Talk at Get the text from GitHub. GitHub rock you. GitHub rock you? Hold on. You know what? I think I should have done this before I did the brute force attacks. Because there was some SSH problems that I got rid of just now. Okay, so Game Boy, are you sure that the password is kitty cat? Okay, so can we grep? Let's see, user share wordless .txt. So there's this many different kitty passwords. Is there kitty cat? Kitty cat is in the list. There are a lot of kitty cat passwords. Yeah, I mean it is in here. So if it is the password, we should be able to get it with this attack here. Okay. Just I'll trust you. I'll trust you in this case, and I'll give it a shot for shell access. SSH talk. Oh, okay. Well, the question is would that have cracked? User talk password rocku.txt. Yeah. So 5 threads. Okay. Let's try to see if it works with Hydra. Let's see. This is all. I wanna see it. No, I mean I need to see the thing do the brute force attack. Thank you very much for following Earl Jones. Earl Jones 3, thank you. Okay, let's Hydra best. Hydra, well, let me look up how to use Hydra. I have to look it up every time. Hydra SSH brute force. Actually, wait. I think I should be able to get this with TLDR. Okay, so Hydra username password list. So this is RDP. Okay, let's give this a try. So the reason. Well, we need to know the steps to do this stuff. So this is talk. The path to the word list is user share word lists rocku.txt. This is SSH. Host IP is 172.17.02. I think I should be running this faster. Okay, so we're not going to run it verbose, but instead we're going to run it with, I think the maximum speed is 64. So I'll try 64. Okay, gotta change up my my music over here. But let's see, Kendar says, from where can I start learning ethical hacking? Oh yeah, Kendar, let me give you some a starter pack. So the starter pack that you should see in chat there, it's got 2 playlists for IT basics and another one for easy cybersecurity stuff. So let me know if you can take a look at those. If you can click on those links, let me know if you can, okay? Okay, so many SSH configurations limit the number of parallel tasks. It is recommended to reduce the tasks. Use T4. T4. Game Boy, let me know. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, you've given us the SSH command already. I'm gonna leave this running in the background while we investigate with our shell access here. So we're now talk in here. I feel this doesn't feel like a very clean victory here. Put 70. 70? Anyways, we've let's go ahead and talk about how we got in with Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hello there, Mr. 40 Thieves Administrator. It seems like you're leaving cryptic messages on your web server about knocking. Well, that was a big mistake. We took that note and then we did port knocking ourselves. And we found a user based on your note. Talk. Well, maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities on your servers. We decided to use Talk and do a little brute forcing attack, which led to us finding the credentials. Maybe you knew about these problems, or you maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Kedar says, I'm not able to copy the IT Basics 2. IT Basics 2 didn't work. Let me try clicking on each one of these. Okay, so IT Basics 1 works, this link. How about IT Basics 2? I mean, it works for me. I'm not sure why it doesn't work. Let me paste the link one more time. So IT Basics 2. That's the list right there. And then the Easy Cybersecurity Challenges playlist. Yeah, I hope this works out for you. Okay, so what do we do from here? So an easy thing to do is try to figure out if we can do sudo -l. And we can... Whoa. Why is it this easy? It shows dots after IT Basics 2. Oh, you know what? I think it might be because of the way that the links are displayed on YouTube. Let me take a look at YouTube for a sec. So IT Basics 1, IT Basics 2. IT Basics 1, that link works for me. IT Basics 2... Let me see. I mean, both of these links work for me. I'm not too sure. LA says, you sound old. I am old. I don't know what to say. I'm old. What do you want? Okay, so what else do we have? We've got the... I'm 21. You know, your messages are very rude, LA. Give me a reason to not ban you. Okay, so we got opt bash. This is one of the files that we can run as sudo. Let's figure out what this... LA says you could learn something from me, but it'll never happen, noob. Okay. Alright, so we got opt bash. So this is what is this file? So this is a what are the permissions here? Okay, so what is this file with weird permissions? Okay, it's an SUID root bash binary with unusual permissions, which is a serious security concern. Okay, so it says that this is a... Error says CompTIA Security Plus or A+. So I mean, if you don't know the skills from A+, you should definitely take a look at A+ first. And you know what? We've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so I'll also run the one on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. Okay. So yeah, we're going to be taking a little break for about a minute or so, but while the break is going on, please enjoy the birds. Alright, we'll be back in about 50 seconds. So Kedar Nayak says, I mean, the first message which you provided, both the links in it shows ... but I'm able to access another link after you provided me the clean link. Game Boy, could you do me a favor and tell me if you can click on the links in the starter pack? So there's 3 links. There's one for IT Basics, IT Basics 2, and Easy Cybersecurity Challenges. Can you click on those links? Or is there a big problem when you try to do so? Okay, so Game Boy says that you can click on all 3 of those links. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the issue is, Kedar. Alright, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so the SGID bit is set, but without execute for the group. No permissions for others. Only the root and group can interact with it. The file is owned by root, so if you can run it, it will give you full root access. So what is the problem here? The problem is we can't run the binary. Yeah, it says permission denied. So that's... Oh wait, but we can run it as sudo. So sudo opt bash. Why is it so convoluted? Okay, we rooted the system, yay! Alright. I guess we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
That was kind of anticlimactic. Oh, Sigma, hey, nice to see you here. We just finished rooting a system. Okay, so now with the root user, what can we do here? We got net. Well, I guess what we can do to be dramatic is we can vandalize the web page over here. So web page defacement. TJW says, I love your content. Learned a lot about cybersecurity as a junior network engineer. Yeah. Well, I mean, thank you very much, Game Boy, for letting us know about, give us a hint about how to get in. Okay, so we did our brute force attack over here. We found it. We found it eventually with the Hydra command. Okay, that's cool. Error says on mobile there's only one link showing up. Is it the first link? Is it only the first link that works? Error, let us know. Thank you. But TJW, hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about I hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
You know what? Maybe what I need to do is I need to change that message so that the links show up better. Why is your Hydra cracket so slow? I'm not sure. I mean, which command did you use? Did you use 64 threads, or did you use like 4 threads or something else? Okay, so I think, well, just for fun, let's go ahead and deface the web server. So how do we do that? We're gonna go over to our walkthroughs, and we've got our index.html file and our hello HackerFrog logo.png file. Just to be thorough about this, let's see, where's the link? Yeah, so we'll just download the file. I think I've downloaded this thing before. We'll also download the index.html file. Kedar says the screenshot of the first pack. The screenshot of the first pack. So I'll give you guys the link for the playlist as well. This is the beginner CTF playlist. It's the A+ link that's showing up. Is this the A+ link? Let me check. No? I mean, the one above, this should be the Pico CTF challenge list. Yeah, this one should be Pico CTF challenges. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to host... We need to host the web server with Python. Okay, and then we upload the stuff to the target. So let's delete index.html and then wget to download from the other server. So let's see, there'll be wget. What is my IP address on this interface? So on the Docker 0 interface, my IP address is this. And we'll download index.html. And we'll also download hflogo.png. Kedar says, check the shared Google link in which there is an SS of it. SS. Sorry, shared Google Drive link. I'm sorry, did you share a Google Drive link? I'm not sure if you can share Google. I'm not sure if you can share links in YouTube. YouTube is really weird. It doesn't let people put their links in. Let me see. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, google.com works. Okay. Let's see. Kedar says shared Google Drive link. I'm afraid I can't really access Google Drive links. It's not really safe. You can put the link but not the user in the chat. Okay, so let's go ahead and edit index.html. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're gonna put in our month and our day. It is June 23rd, 2025, and we're gonna leave a little message for the administrators. Hello, Los something something Ladrones admin. We are the HackerFrogs, and we hacked your server. You left some weird notes, which we were able to read. And we saw your port knocking message. We also used the TalkTalk user and brute forced their password. This user was able to run bash as sudo, which is a big mistake. Hope you improve your security, and good luck in the future. Best regards. Okay, let's save that out, and then let's access it from the web page. Okay, so this is index.html now. Let's reload that page. Okay, so we got the HackerFrogs logo here, and we've got our message. So, hello, Los Cuadrantos, Ladrones admin. We are the HackerFrogs, and we hacked your server. You left some weird notes, which we were able to read, and saw your port knocking message. We also used the TalkTalk user and brute forced their password. The user was able to run bash as sudo, which is a big mistake. Hope you improved your security, and good luck in the future. Best regards, the Shy Hat. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and move on to the next challenge. So we got lots of machines over here, and the next challenge is called Piccadilly. Let's go ahead and give this a go. Kedar says, what are these A+ exams? So this is this is a course. These are courses for A+, which are kind of like introductory IT courses. And if you want to go into ethical hacking, then you need to know about these technologies, or about all sorts of tech topics in general. Let me get the links. So the two courses they give you a foundation on tech topics, so that yeah. And the third link is easy cybersecurity challenges. So if you want to dive into cybersecurity challenges right away, you could probably start with this link right here. Revisualize says, wanna fight? I totally pwn home or pwn localhost. I'll totally pwn localhost. Revisualize, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video beam. How about a Nyan Cat? Here you go. All right, so let's move on to the next challenge. So let's see. Piccadilly. So the first thing we need to do is we need to shut down the previous Docker container. Let's do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and, man, we've got too many of these files in here. Let's get rid of some. So rm star.tar, rm star.zip. Okay. Actually, I didn't want to do that, but that's fine. PicoCTF challenges. This one is the easy start. Yeah. That's the easy start. Let's see. Revisualize says, what you working on? Hacking 127 star. What are we working on? So we're going to be doing this this challenge next over here. So this is Dockerlabs.es, where you can. You need some lady to clean the house. Yeah. Too many files lying around, so we need to get rid of them. So rm. Thank you very much for following. Synthwave, thank you very much. There is not an unrm. There's not an unrm, unfortunately. Unfortunately, there's no unrm. That's fine. I think I can locate where I downloaded those other things from that I accidentally deleted. So what can we do here? We're going to download the new file. So the new file is going to be Piccadilly. And this is the link. If you want to do this machine yourself. And Jack in the Shop Laser. Haven't seen you for a while, but welcome to the stream. There's no unrm, unfortunately. Have, what do we got? Let's give you a War Games, because we haven't done this in a while.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Yeah, Kadar, no problem. I'm here to help people get into cybersecurity, especially people who are new, because I understand what it was like to be new, and I want to help everybody get in as easily as possible. Okay, so we downloaded. Oh, we didn't download the file? Yeah, we should probably download that file. So the challenge is called piccadilly.zip. It's a Docker container. We just need to unzip the thing first. Okay, and afterwards, we'll deploy the machine with the auto deploy script. Ah, wow. What kind of shop do you have, Jack in the Shop Laser? Is it a laser shop or is it something else? Okay, so we've got this IP address again. Yeah, let's go ahead and check out. Let's do our nmap enumeration. Okay, so it looks like we've got HTTPS. So we've got a encrypted web page here. Oh, laser engraving. Okay. So it is an actual laser shop. That's pretty cool. Okay, what do we have here? So it's called Piccadilly. We probably want to figure out, ooh, why is there this backup.txt file here? It's kind of weird. Okay, well, we should probably check it out. So there's a backup.txt file just sitting in the web root here. That's pretty weird. We should probably take a look at this. Okay, the user Matteo's password is this. To solve the riddle, think of an ancient Roman emperor. Okay, this is obviously going to be some sort of Caesar cipher. So ancient Roman emperor and his simple method of shifting letters. Yeah, this is probably Caesar cipher. We can just copy this, and we can probably look up something online. So Caesar cipher. And just paste it into here. Okay, and then we can start shifting around to figure out if we can find anything that looks like a password. There we go. So easy, crazy. Easy, crazy. So just copy this, and well, we know this is the password for the Matteo user. Matteo password. Okay, let's record this. So the previous pass users.txt files, we can get rid of those. We can just echo out this new thing to creds.txt. So this is it. Time to go buster. Is it time to go buster? Well, I mean, let's try some other web enumeration first. So we know that there's a server on port 443, which is HTTPS. Let's try derb. Okay, so there's index, oh, it's a PHP page. So there's probably some funny stuff going on here. It says directories. Oh, there's an uploads directory as well. Okay. Huh. Let's go ahead and try Nikto then. Nikto. Okay. Let's go ahead and do some, we'll do some manual enumeration right now. So we'll just go over to HTTPS. Potential security risk ahead. So the reason why this happens is because any HTTPS page needs to have a valid certificate, and the ones that are self-signed, like the ones that are used for these CTF challenges, they're not verified. But this is normal. So we can go ahead and accept the risk. So yeah, this is a invalid security certificate. The certificate is not trusted because it is self-signed, but that's fine. We're gonna accept the risk and continue. Okay, so Piccadilly Circus, post1.txt. Oh, we can upload things. So we can upload things. This is a PHP page. We know it's a PHP page because we can do index.php and it leads to the same place. Yeah, we can upload some, well, we can upload some malicious code. Let's see if we can just upload a some regular old web shell. Okay, so, Okay, so we got a reverse shell over here. This is probably... we could probably shortcut this process by just uploading a reverse shell. Let's see if it works. So we need to provide an IP address and a port. I like port 443. And our IP address on this network is 172.17.01. Let's save that out. And let's try uploading the file. It might not work if it's filtering the types of file that it allows, but let's see how easy it is. Okay, so it interprets this as a text file. You know, this still isn't a problem. We just need to access this from the uploads directory. So we go over to uploads.php, well, the uploads directory, and here's the reverse shell file. So if this works, we can just set up a reverse shell listener with RL wrap and netcat. So this listener is listening on port 443, and we want to activate the reverse shell script to make contact with our reverse shell listener and give us shell access. So this is what we do. We're just going to access the php reverse shell.php file, and now we're in. Okay, so that was a much easier. Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about how we got in with a scary hacker voice, man.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Piccadilly Administrator, it seems like you like leaving credentials in your web root. We managed to figure out the username and password. You know, that's weird. Username and password, we still haven't used that. But you know what? We managed to find a file upload function on your other web page, and then we hacked it using a PHP code with an uploaded file. Maybe you knew about this file upload vulnerability, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we managed to get in, and we're now the www data user. So the first thing we like to do when we arrive on these servers is we like to figure out if there's a version of Python running. Because if there's a version of Python running, we can use it to upgrade our shell. So we upgrade the shell with this Python command over here. Cobblemaster says, how does the scary hacker man know what we did? How does the scary hacker man know what we did? Well, the scary hacker man knows everything. That's the thing about the scary hacker man, is that they're very mysterious and they know everything. Okay, so we used Python to upgrade our netcat shell just a little bit over here. And the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out if we can do sudo l commands. But I don't think we can do that. But you know, we have those credentials that we stole. And the credentials that we stole are for the Mateo user over here. Let's see if we can become that user. Okay, we need to put in their password. Their password is easy crazy. Authentication failure, really? Let's try that one more time. Yeah, okay. Maybe it's, we need to fix the spelling error there. Okay. Mateo, easy, crazy. Okay, alright, we're in. As the Mateo user this time. Okay, let's figure out if they have... Yeah, okay, so they can use PHP as root, which means we could probably get an easy privilege escalation to root. And let's just go over to GTFO bins. Okay, so if we can run PHP with sudo, then we can run bin bash or bin sh with sudo and then get super user access. So let's go ahead and do that. We're now root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, let's go ahead and put on some ads because we got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube as well. Let's go ahead and put on some birds. Okay, so this is another fun video of this bird having a lot of fun with his peanuts. And go ahead and enjoy the birds, and we'll be back in about 1 minute. So yeah, like usual, the birds like to shake the peanuts to figure out if it's a good peanut or a bad peanut. But well, I mean, in reality, they like all the peanuts. Okay, let's put the birds away. Alright, so we managed to finish that one pretty quickly. It was a pretty standard challenge. Let's move into the root directory and let's see what's going on here. Gameboy says, I would like if there was a challenge like the one before. I think, well, I mean, some of these challenges are going to be super easy, and this one was one of those. That's fine, we can do the next challenge in just a little bit. It's called Winterfell. Hopefully it's a little bit more difficult. But not too difficult, we'll see. Okay, let's, I think we'll skip the web page defacement for this one, but I'd like to take a look inside of the directory here. So create post.php, we got index.php, we got our uploads directory, and we got our, The one before was one of the best. Are you talking about the port knocking one or something else? Gameboy, let us know, thank you. Okay, let's get out of here and let's start up the next challenge. Oh, the port knocking. Yeah. I mean, port knocking was kind of a novel concept. But let's go ahead and shut down this Docker container and move on to the next challenge. Cobblemaster says, I really like the Git ones. Oh, you're talking about the Bandit Labs, right? Cobblemaster? Okay. Let's get rid of star.tar and star.zip. Gotta do our cleanup, and let's download the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the Winterfell challenge, and let's just go ahead and download that thing. Cobblemaster, yeah. Do you work with Git by any chance, or is Git like a new thing for you? Let us know, thank you. So winterfell.zip, it's going to take a little bit to download, and then we'll deploy the Docker container and start the challenge. You know, it's fine to have easy challenges because we're all beginners here, and I'm sure that this challenge is appropriate for somebody. There are no bad challenges. They're all good for people of different levels. Oh, really? Awesome. OreoBite says, I also did some of those Echo CTF challenges, and with some help, and you're right, some were silly. Echo CTF challenges? Oh, are you talking about the beginner? You talking about the beginner network? OreoBite? Let us know. Jack in the Shop Laser, what is the average age in here? The average age in here? Well, I mean, if you... Luicius says, what challenge series are we doing today? I just tuned in. So we're doing Dockerlabs today. And the Dockerlabs website is this one right here. The average age in here. I'm not sure if people want to reveal their ages. It's kind of a privacy thing. But I'm thinking it's probably going to be somewhere in the mid-20s. That's my guess. Mid-20s to early 30s. The starter network, yeah, I have a few left, but the buffer overflow one was my favorite. I don't remember the buffer. Actually, wait, I think I do remember the buffer overflow one. It was like a banking app or something, right? Okay, so the next challenge is Winterfell. So this Game of Thrones themed one. Let's go ahead and download that. Wait, I think I downloaded it already. What am I thinking? Okay, let's go ahead and unzip that thing. $49 today. Wow. No worries, no worries. I'm people of all ages are welcome. Okay, so let's go ahead and make the auto deploy script executable and run the auto deploy script. This is winterfell.tar. But yeah, it's usually older people aren't super concerned. It's also men who are usually not very concerned about revealing their age. Okay, so we got our IP address. The IP address is, well, it's the same almost every time. Oh, we got more than one port open this time. That's great. We got 445.139. Oh, there's SMB, so we get to try out our SMB skills. Siva, hello, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so what do we have? Juego de Tronos. So this is Game of Thrones? Is this what it means? That's my guess. Game of Thrones, right? Let's do our Google Translate. Game of Thrones. Nice. SMB? Probably some sort of SMB. Let's see. Siva asks, what is VMware or VirtualBox better? I use VirtualBox, but some people really like using VMware. Go ahead and give them both a try and figure out which one works better for you. I mean, my personal recommendation is VirtualBox. Okay, so we got our Game of Thrones. Let's run some enum for Linux. So we'll run we'll run enum for Linux and see if, oh, this is not it. 72.17.02. Let's see if it gives us anything good. VMware is hard on the CPU, but I love VMware. Okay. How much RAM are you allocating in Kali Linux? So Kali Linux is, I think I give it quite a bit of RAM. Let me go ahead and look that up. I give it a few gigabytes of RAM. Let's see if I can look it up. I give it 6 gigabytes of RAM. Okay, so what did we find? Oh, we found a John user. John Snow, probably. Okay, let's go ahead and let's get rid of the creds file from last time. Echo John to users.txt. Okay, so we found a John user, and what other? Oh, there's an Aria and a Daenerys user as well. Okay, let's go ahead and copy these usernames. Oops. And I don't know if you all watched the show before, but it was a really fun show up until up until season 5 or so, and then it was not good anymore, unfortunately. So we got a domain, and it looks like we've got a print share. Siva asks, are you using NAT or bridge network? So I'm using a NAT network on most of the boxes. I think the Kali box is using a NAT network, and NAT networks are using when you cracking Wi-Fi. You put 16 gigabytes on your Parrot OS. That's I don't know if that's overkill or not. And Jack in the Shop Laser says, I like Proxmox if you have an extra PC around. I've never used Proxmox before, but I do hear good things about it all the time. Okay, there's a print share, there's an IPC share. And I'm not sure what other info we're getting from enum for Linux here. Maybe we should run enum for Linux ng and see if we can get some extra. Yeah, Game of Thrones got strange really fast. It really did. Okay, so let's try enum for Linux ng. Whoops. See if we can get some information out of here. Need to run. Okay, catch you later. Let's see, what do I want to work on right now? I'm just redoing my notes. You don't know what you... I mean, which notes are you redoing? Net network only for internet, not IP address visible. Yeah, network. Well, I mean, NAT networks are good when you want machines to be able to see each other and also be internet accessible, or do you want them to be able to use the internet? Okay, so no printers. I wonder if I should be using enum for Linux ng exclusively, because I like the colors. Pretty colors. Redoing all of my note structure for all of my cyber nodes. Which application are you using for notes? Okay, so so there's a John user. What is Man, what is this? Random username. Random usernames worked. Okay. Raspberry, you're using your Raspberry Pi and the nano command. Of course nano, because nano's the best. Oh no, people are gonna fight me because they don't like nano. Anyways, okay, so 139 and 445 are this. I guess what we need to do now is to check out the web page on port 80. Okay, so derb, whoops, couldn't connect. There's a Dragon directory, awesome. Okay, we should probably check out the Dragon directory. The Dragon directory is listable. That's no good. But anyways, let's go ahead and check this out manually. Okay, where are we? Here? Okay. So this is like a Game of Thrones fan page. Let's translate this. EX0 says, I think Nano is better than Vim because Vim is hard to learn. But I think when you learn Vim, it's a Swiss army knife. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people, they're very passionate about using Vim. Unfortunately, it's hard to teach Vim to beginners because it's got some weird quirks, like pressing I before you can start typing stuff into the document. But there's definitely, it's definitely very powerful. I will definitely admit that it's a very powerful text editor. You can get more done with Vim, but has a higher learning curve. Jack the Shop Laser says, I like Nano. People pushing Vi for some reason. OreoBite says, I use both. Ideally, you're able to, work within both environments, or all the environments, really. Okay, so contact, gallery, personalities, history, and home. Winter approaches in White Walker. Okay, sure. So remember, there's a Dragon directory. Okay, so there's a Dragon directory, and it's got some sort of file in here. I don't know what kind of file this is. We might as well download it. Let's do that over here. Okay, so what kind of file is this? This is ASCII text. Okay, so let's take a look. This is this is a password list. This is a password list. Okay. Siva says, my laptop is 16 gigabytes of RAM. How much RAM did you want to give to Kali Linux? So you're using Kali Linux on your laptop with 16 gigabytes of RAM? I mean, you could probably give Kali Linux 6 gigabytes of RAM, or even 8 gigabytes of RAM if you're not doing anything else with your laptop. But it really depends on how many other things you're running on your laptop at the same time. Exo says, have you ever tried LazyVim before? And are you doing a Hack the Box challenge? So we're using a different platform. We're using Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs is vulnerable Docker containers that you can deploy to your own machine. It's a pretty fun platform, and it's also very easy to do because you host the container yourself, and they're usually pretty low footprint. Okay, so we got some passwords over here. So we're just going to copy these. We're going to create a password list. And we're going to do Hydra, because we don't have very many names and passwords. So we're just going to call this pass.txt and users.txt. Six gigabytes of RAM is Kali Linux for good working. 6 gigabytes of RAM, I mean, you can run, I mean, I don't know. I should probably give more RAM to my Kali Linux box, because this is basically the only thing I use for my live stream. Yeah. I should probably give more to the system. Okay, so I think the reason why we weren't able to brute force in that case was because we had some SSH errors. So let's SSH John at this IP address. Oh, that's not the right IP address. Okay, so we just need to clean up the known hosts file by using this line right here. And then I think we can do our brute force attack afterwards. Where are we? Here? Yeah, let's do it one more time. We should probably do this inside of our brute force attacks tab. What is the one for SSH? Yeah, this one. Okay, let me grab this. Let's run this in the correct tab, because, you know, we want to be nice and neat like that. Okay. EX0 says, EXO says you have fast PC, you can use VMware, VirtualBox, or QEMU. I prefer QEMU. It's much faster than VirtualBox or VMware. When you want speed, you just dual boot. You get the full speed of your PC. Huh. We really didn't crack any of the passwords? We didn't crack anything? That's unexpected. Hold on. Okay. Let's translate this. Let's go over to Google Translate. Spanish to English. These are all the episodes from the first season of Game of Thrones. My spacebar is broken, so I'll leave the names without spaces. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, so, I mean, these are the passwords in Spanish, but are the passwords actually going to be in English? I guess we could also copy the ones in English, and we can add it to the password list. Okay, let's try this brute force attack again. This is pass.txt. Do that again. I guess we can also reduce the number of threads, because there's not very much to the list. We don't need to brute force super fast. There's only 3 names in the usernames list. There's John, there's Arya, and there's Daenerys. If it doesn't find anything, that'll be kind of unusual. Unless we're actually supposed to access the box using... Okay, so there is SSH here. For some reason, I don't know. There's port 22, there's port 80, there's port 139 and 445. we still weren't able to find any passwords. Let's take a look at that file one more time. Okay, so just for fun, let's just add everything that's in this file to the list of passwords. I don't know. Aside from this, I'm not too sure what we'd do for passwords in this case. Where's the English version? I thought you added it. That's added to. That was added to the pass.txt file. I guess we'll save this as another file. We'll call it pass2. Okay. Let's do the brute force attack again. So we'll just leave this alone for a little bit. So yeah, we're talking about the English version. We've got them over here. So I'm kind of... I wonder if we can try accessing... the system as the John user on SMB. So how do we do that? I guess another thing we should do is we should do a little bit more enumeration on the web server. So let's do that with some barracks buster. What is this picture over here? What is this picture over here? Okay, let me download it just in case there's something weird. That's probably this picture right here. Oh, okay, that's loud. That plays the theme music for Game of Thrones. Just for fun, let's download that. Let's download that file. And then we do exif data, exif tool. Okay, I don't see anything super weird here. Run strings on it. Run strings with only 10 characters or more, or maybe 8. Okay. The last thing we can do to this file, this is a JPEG file. We can run stegseek. Okay, so stegseek we can't run it with this. But we can't run it with JPEG files. So what was the other one? Steg hide? There was a couple of different steganography tools. Let me see if I can look this up. Steg seek. So StegSeek is a steganography tool. Okay, it's a lightning-fast steg hide cracker that can be used to extract hidden data from files. Okay, so I mean, we should be able to run it on this. It's a JPEG file. The file format of this is not supported. Is it actually a JPEG file, or is it something else? So I guess it's because it's a WebP file. I mean, I'm pretty sure this isn't the way we're supposed to get in. But, the brute force attack didn't work. Let's see if we can brute force SMB. Let's see if we can use some NetExec. Okay, so using John, and the password is going to be pass.txt. Oh, okay, we found it. Yeah, we have SMB access. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we can get SMB access as the John user, but not SSH access. So let's use the SMB access to get some shares. So let's see, this one. This is the password. Okay, and let's get some shares. Okay, so we got, oh, there's a John directory. There's a John share, rather. Yeah, it was SMB. You use pass.txt instead of pass2.txt. Well, I mean, I wanted to use the regular pass.txt. But yeah, we found, okay, so we can probably read this share right here using SMB client. SMB client, and okay, and this is the John share. Do we need to specify? Yeah, so this is user John? No. How do you specify a user? Ah, capital U for user. Okay, so we need to supply the password. It's this one. Okay, we're we're in SMB. So we got a Pi files and bash history files. I guess we should download everything. So this looks like, I mean, it looks like a Linux home directory. Yeah, okay. So let's download it. So get parajohn, get dot mensaye. Is this supposed to be a character? Get bash history, get dot bash history. Download the directory. So dot local. I mean, we can enter the dot local directory. Okay, so this is the share directory. Nano. There's nothing in here. I think we have everything we need. Let's get out of here, and then let's read the files. So parajohn, what is this? Parajohn means for John in Spanish, right? Let's check. Let's get rid of everything here. For John, yeah, okay. So let's translate this stuff. John, for all the messages you want to encrypt, you must use the hidden tool that I have left for you. The hidden tool that I've left for you. So the hidden tool is probably talking about the Python script. There's a Python script that we downloaded called this. Let's rename this first. And let's rename the bash history script as the bash history as well. Okay, so rename this to tool.py. Actually, what does this word mean in English? We're getting a good use out of the translation tool. So message.py. Okay. So we'll just call this message.py. And let's .bash history. Let's just call this bash_history. Okay, so all they do is they run the file over and over again. Great. Let's take a look at what's in this Python here. Okay, so we've got #lib getPass. I don't think getPass is a standard library in Python. Let's see if we actually have something like this. Oh wow, it is a standard library in Python. That's unexpected. What can we do with this? So what happens if we just run the script? Sorry, you don't have permissions to execute the script? Message Python file. Okay, let's take a look. Sorry, you don't have permissions to run the script. Permissions to run the script. Word? Okay, so if the username is John or the username is Aria, do the thing. Otherwise it says you don't have permissions to. Usuario actual. GetPass. Okay. How about we adjust this and we say that usuario actual is true. And let's run the script again. Oh, sorry. True has to be capitalized. Okay. It still says that we don't have permission to run the script. That's weird. Sudo message. We don't have. Wait, what does it check? Oh, sorry. So usuario actual. Okay, yeah. True doesn't work. We have to make it John or Aria. So let's make it John. Okay. What do you want to encrypt? This message. Okay, so it just gives us a SHA-256 hash. Yeah, so it's a SHA-256 hash. Well, I mean, it doesn't... This doesn't give us a password. We want a password. Maybe we want to encrypt the password. Let's go back. So we use SMB client to log in here. Thank you very much. Well, Slyborg, wow. Slyborg is rating the channel 25 viewers. Welcome raiders. And Slyborg, what fun did you get up to today on stream? Were you doing more Don't Starve Together or something else? Okay, so these are the credentials we know. So it's John and this password. I'm just going to echo this out, and we're going to redirect this to creds.txt. Slyberg says, I was redoing starting point on Hack the Box and taking notes. Not very exciting. You know, my suggestion to you is to do some super easy boxes on... Well, I mean, you don't have a Kali Linux. If you get your Kali Linux online, then you could probably do some super easy challenges from something like Dockerlabs. They're pretty. I mean, the thing is that I think it would be good for you to. Oh, you got a Kali Linux, awesome, yeah. So I mean, can you hack any Wi-Fi using Kali? I mean, Kali Linux has tools for hacking Wi-Fi stuff, but I wouldn't say that you can probably hack Wi-Fi using any Linux device, really. You don't necessarily need Kali Linux for that. Yeah. But welcome, Raiders. Hey, my name is The Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content over here on Twitch and on YouTube. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about all the things?
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Doesn't your back hurt after spending a long time in front of the computer? Yeah, eventually my back does start to ache a little bit. That's fine, that's fine. I'm only going to be online for another 30 or 40 minutes. Hopefully we can root this box before that's done, though. Okay, let's go back in. Let's go back into SMB and see if we can find anything suspicious in here. Okay. Back into SMB. My main OS is Arch Linux. My main OS is Arch Linux. Aren't you supposed to say the line? By the way, I use Arch Linux Hyperland. Hyperland. I haven't heard of that one. Okay, so we got profile, bash logout, .local, parajon. Yeah, that's weird. There are no clues in here that there are no clues in here that tell us the password for any of the users. Don't do tilling. What are you doing? What are you doing? So we're just doing some hacking against a Linux server over here. It's a little exercise that we're doing over at Dockerlabs.es. It's a Spanish site where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and then do some hacking against them. I guess we can go ahead and download the rest of these things. We can't really go outside of this directory. I guess we'll get the profile. We'll get the bash logout. It doesn't really help us too much, but we might as well download everything in the directory. Yeah, and that's it. Well, I mean, I guess the other thing we could do is we can get all the usernames by using so there apparently there's a Whoa, what is this? Oh, this is the name. You know what? This could be something secret. Okay, let's copy this. Let's run this through the script that we found. Okay, Exo says, you're so much faster, try Vimium for your browser. Vimium, it's an extension to browse without your mouse, it's really nice. Plasma allow you to have a tilling manager as well. I'm not too sure what those are. Could you explain? Thank you. Okay, let's try running Python. We want to encrypt this. Okay, let's take a look at the Python script here. The problem is these... I'm not sure where to go from here. Okay, let's go back to the web app. And we'll take a look at so the diary of John. Okay, so another thing we can take a look at is the web app source over here, and our Plasma and Hyperland are window managers. Okay, I'm really not too savvy with this kind of what is it called, Linux desktop experience stuff. Okay, so let's see. Ayaz says, "Can you hack my simple HTML website live?" It's very simple. I can't hack anything that I don't have a contract for, because otherwise I could get sued. And also, I don't doing it live means that if I'm doing something illegal, then it's recorded, and yeah, so I definitely don't want to do that. But I mean, you could try hacking your own stuff. Don't ask security people to hack your stuff without a contract. Okay, so what else did we find in here? So bash logout. Let's check that bash history one more time. Exo says that means if he wasn't streaming, maybe he would hack it. Listen. That's not what I said. I mean, the bash history doesn't tell us anything. I guess we could... Yeah, I'm not too sure what we could do with it, with this stuff. There's this message right here. There are these passwords. We could encrypt these passwords. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Listen. We don't want to imply that people from a certain country are scammers. We should. They're good people from every country. Okay. Okay, style. I mean, I don't know where to go from here. No, listen, everybody. Let's not talk about these people are scammers or those people are spammers. Yeah, let's not talk about politics. Thank you. Okay. What do we have here? I mean, there's the message over here. What about, I mean, I don't think we can use anything from that platform to do anything on this box. Let's change the music. How about some Muramasa the Demon Blade? It's got some really good music. Okay. What was the content of the Python script in English? Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that. Message. Well, I mean, the only thing that is not in English is this. This is probably what input the message you want to encrypt over here. And this, I mean, the function over here is probably encrypt message. It's a simple script for a message encrypting in SHA-256. Jack says, bedtime for me. Some people have to get up and work in the morning. Thank you for coming by, Jack in the Shop Laser, and you're welcome to come back anytime. Let's give you a Hack the Planet to see you off.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So encrypt the message or say, sorry, you don't have permissions to run the script. There's not too much to the script. Am I missing something? I think there was a Daenerys user and there was a John user. Were there any other shares that I could access? Okay, let's see if we can take a look at the shares. So, oh, there's a shared, why didn't I see this? There's a shared directory as well. Okay, let's access it via SMB client. So the shared directory. Okay, so the password is this. Okay, so there's another file in here. Okay, let's download that. So what is this file? This is Unicode text. Let's read it. Okay, so it looks like, well, I mean, it looks like this is a password, or this is base64 encoded string. Let's go ahead and translate this message. Arya, it's up to you to prevent the White Walkers from crossing the wall. You must take the message to Queen Daenerys, only she will know how to interpret it. It's encrypted in an ancient language that's difficult to understand. This is my password. This is my password. It's encrypted in that language, and it's this. It's a base 64 encoded string. Sure. Let's copy this. Yeah, this looks... I mean, it looks like base 64. Sure. Let's echo it out, and then pipe it into base 64 decode. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's try logging in as John now. So this is probably John's password. SSH John. Let's paste that in. Okay, we're in as John. Who am I? We're John. Great. Let's do one last scary hacker voice man to talk about how he got in.
Hey there, everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Game of Thrones Administrator, it seems that you like... How did we even get that password? Oh yes, it seems that you like to leave password lists inside of your web directories. Well, we managed to figure out that these passwords were for John on the SMB service. We accessed John on the SMB service to get their SSH password. Maybe you knew about these security problems on your server and maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so TJW says, how did you know how to decode it with just by looking at it? So this is something you see very often when you do cybersecurity exercises, and this is called a base 64 encoded string. You learn to recognize the patterns, and if you see a string that has an equal sign at the end of it, it's usually a pretty good indication that it's going to be either a base 64 or base 32 encoded string. This is one of the encoding methods that you see pretty often in CTF challenges. But anyways, let's go ahead and figure out... Okay, so we can run as Arya with no password the Arya... Sorry, we can run with Arya with no password. We can run the message.py application, or sorry, the script. But how does that help us? Okay, let's move into John's home directory. Yeah, so this is exactly the stuff that we saw earlier. Para John. So what do we need to encrypt as Arya? What room are we solving? So we're solving the Winterfell? Yeah, it's the Winterfell room over at Dockerlabs. This one over here. So if you want to take a look, this is the link. Whoops. You probably want to use the link without the period at the end. Okay, so, So Arya owns the script. What other... Okay, so we can run this as the Arya user with sudo. But how does that... I mean, how does that help? I'm not sure. Let's move into the home directory. And we can read files in the Arya directory. So let's move into ARIA. Okay. There's nothing here. TJW says, interesting by experience. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be able to tell a lot of different things about the security environment after you get some experience doing some exercises or some challenges. Siva says, are you suggesting any Docker file for Linux?
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
You want the numbers, Mason. You want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
Defus, hello, nice to see you here. Hello. And yeah, we're just doing a little Game of Thrones inspired room over here, and yeah, I'm not too sure what we're really looking for here. Let's move into the web app directory. Maybe there's some stuff hidden there. Okay, there's nothing hidden here. Siva says, are you suggesting any Docker file for Linux priv and Windows priv practicing? Docker file? Well, I mean, I'm not too sure what you mean by Docker file. If you want to learn about some privilege escalation, what's in the Python script? So the Python script is basically... Let's move. So the Python script is basically going to encrypt and decrypt messages from well, it's going to encrypt a message into SHA-256, but I'm not too sure how this helps us. Anyways, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and play some birds, because we're all about the birds. How about imports could be interesting. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we could hijack the script. You're right, Defus. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at this bird, and we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Come on out, bird. Here we go. Era says, this was so fun and educational to watch. Also, your voice very lovely to listen to. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Era. Like, you're welcome to come back anytime. We stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And let's go ahead and give you a fun video redeem to play yourself out. Now, how about you have a Nan Cat? Have yourself a good night. Okay, so let's, yeah, so Defus is correct. We could probably do some script hijacking in this place. In this case, for this box. Let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we would need to either... Oh, you know what? We can... Yeah. Hashlib and get past... These are both something we can use for script hijacking. Okay, so let's go ahead and... What do we need to do? So echo... We're going to call this hashlib. What were the libraries called? Hashlib. So echo something to hashlib.py. Let's see. It's just that imports could be interesting, nothing about hijacking things. Yeah, well, I mean, we're hackers. We're always thinking about hijacking things. Script hijacking in this case. So import os os dot, what was it, system? os dot system bin bash dash p, or is it dash I? I think it's dash, is it dash I? Anyways, let's go ahead and yeah, create a bash shell. So this is what we're doing with our malicious hashlib.py file. Okay, so sudo aria. Oh, sorry. Okay, so it's this. So Python 3 message.py sudo u aria. Okay, so we became the aria user because we hijacked the script. And all right, let's see what this person can do. So aria can run the following programs: userbin cat and userbin ls. So this is a pretty deadly combo. So as Daenerys, they can probably read Daenerys' home directory. So sudo user Daenerys. User, let's see, what is it? Cat ls. So lsla home Daenerys. Okay. So we've got a dot secret, we've got message for John, and we got dot secret and message for John. And there's a dot secret directory. See Meha. See, how do you pronounce that name? Mejia? Mejia, or is it something else? Let me know, thank you. And welcome to the stream. We're just doing some Linux hacking. So we're working on the Winterfell challenge from Dockerlabs.es. Mejia. Oh, awesome, awesome. But welcome to the stream. We're just working on this platform over here. Let's give you a fun hack the planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Mejia, is that a Spanish name? I'm guessing it is a Spanish name. Okay, so let's see. So message for John. We can probably read this. And we might be able to read this secret directory as well. There's a shell script. Okay. And we can also read the shell script, maybe? Let's read the message for John. So, mensaje para John. Okay, so let's translate the message. Okay, so over here, we will translate from Spanish to English. Arya, I'd be happy to help John with the war in the north as long as John complies and help me reclaim the Iron Throne. I'm using my user name password in this message in case you need to summon one of my dragons from your computer. Okay, so this is the password for Daenerys? Maybe? Let's go ahead and try that out. Okay, so switch users to Daenerys. Oh. So what was the message again? Time to dev shell. Well... Okay, so I'm using my username and password in this message in case you need to summon one of my dragons from your computer. Dracarys. Huh. Okay, well, there are only so many users on the system. Or wait, is this an SMB password? If this is an SMB password, let's check. I'm pretty sure Daenerys isn't an SMB user though. How do you spell Daenerys again? Okay, this is how you spell binaries. Just a second. Okay, and the password is like Dracaris or something? What was it? This. So let's just check it to see if this is SMB path. Ooh, what? This is a guest password. I mean, yeah, this means that we can't do anything. Okay, so username password in this message in case you need to summon one of my dragons from your computer. Is this, I mean, if that's not the password, what is it? How about just this without the exclamation points? Okay. I just needed to get rid of the exclamation points. So we're Daenerys now. Awesome. Who am I? We're Daenerys. Great. Let's move into their home directory. And let's see if they have any sudo permissions. So they can run, as the root user, they can run this script. So shell.sh. Okay. We need to figure out what that shell script does. Oh, what is what is all this stuff? Lit, hello. What is up? What is up, my friend? Nice to see you here, Lit. Let's give you a video redeem. How about we give you, oh, the Devil's Bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Oh, there's no file command. Huh, that's weird. cat.shell.sh. Ah, okay. So, I mean, this is a shell. This is going to create a shell connection. But this is not my IP address. So, I mean, can we modify this? I don't think we can. Wait, we can modify this. Yeah, we can totally modify this. Okay, let's do that. So we can just nano and edit the shell script. Okay, the only thing we need to do is we need to give this shell script our own IP address, and then we can get a root shell. Okay, and our IP address is 172.17.01. Save this out, and then we can run user bin bash on the shell script here. So run it. And we should have our root shell over here. So we're now root. Bam. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Let's do.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So Sigma says this sounds like this sounds like Naruto music. Yeah, I mean it's Japanese music for sure, but it's from a different game. Well, it's from a game called Muramasa the Demon Blade. It's a really good hack and slash. It's a really good hack and slash game. It's got some really awesome music. Time to put some frog. Well, I mean, I guess we could put in the frog stuff just to finish off the challenge. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Okay, so we're root. We can probably move into the root directory and see if there's anything special in here. There's nothing special in here. And Gino says, please, somebody help. I'm facing a problem with Evil Gen X. Evil Gen X 2. I mean, I don't think I've ever used that before. So if anybody here in the chat has ever used Evil Engine X, could you provide some advice? So, and Gino, could you let us know what your problem is? Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move into the web directory. And let's replace the files here with our own files. Okay, and then we'll upload the files. Okay, so let's go ahead and upload the files. So let's see, wget, which wget? Which wget? No, there's no wget. Which curl? There's no curl either. There's no wget, there's no curl. Why doesn't this work? Is there no which command? Neuromap says, are you doing a flag for THM or HTB? So, neither one of those. We're doing one for Dockerlabs. So this is the site over here. And welcome to the stream, Neuromap. Let's give you a frog song. Siva says, I'm creating Docker images for Linux privilege escalation practice. Oh, okay. No worries. You changed your name. That's not a problem. Okay. All right. So what are we doing? So we're trying to upload something to our target here. Hold on. Let me. It seems I can't get out of here. Let's exit from the root shell for just a second. Okay, so which... Yeah, the which command doesn't work. That's... Okay, so... Let's ask a question. In Linux, where is the wget command located in the file system? Thank you very much for following, Snarky Tech Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much for following, Snarky Tech Guy. And you know what? Let's give you a fun redeem as well. How about go to hack?
Mr.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Have a great day. Have a great day. Go to hack. How about just type in wget? Wget command not found. Curl command not found. They really stripped everything out of this box, huh? There is Python, right? There's Python 3. So we can probably download using Python 3. Okay, let's do a quick search. How do we download files with Python? Okay, so to download a file using a URL in Python, you can use URL retrieve or request.get. Okay, so maybe we can do Python 3. We probably need to do this as the root user. Okay, so let's open up that root shell again. Okay, let's move into the HTML directory and let's upload that file. So Python 3 command import requests. Import requests requests.get and HTTP my IP address index.html. And I guess we'll redirect that into index.html. Okay, so what is in index.html? There's nothing in here. There's nothing in here. What am I doing wrong? Okay, so to get a file using a URL in Python, and let's take a look at the article here. Okay, let's try Python download file one-liner. Concise way to download a file in Python, often considered a one-liner for brevity, is used. Okay, so this is kind of long. It's kind of long, but you know, if it works, it works. So Python command, this is the command. And index.html, index.html, we need to get rid of the example.com and put in our IP address. Oh, okay, it's Python 3. Okay, did it work? Yeah, okay, index.html. Awesome. Okay, cool. We've got our message to the administrator over here. We just need to download the PNG. So href logo.png. href logo.png. Okay, so we got both of those files uploaded. And then we just need to edit the file. So to edit the file, we're just going to make the index.html file world readable and writable. And we're just going to get out of here because we don't have access to our text editor. Actually, do we have a text editor? I'm not sure. Anyways, let's get out of here. Let's go back to the other shell. There's no vi. There's no... Oh, we've got nano. Awesome. Okay. So we got nano. That means we can edit the file. Okay. So all we need to do is we need to edit our little URL defacement. Use Vim. I don't think there's Vim. I'm pretty sure there's no Vim on this box. But you know what? I don't think we need Vim in this case either. So it's June 23rd, 2025, and let's write our message. Hello, Winterfell admin. We hacked your server, and we are the HackerFrogs. What do we say? You have some weird password lists in your web directories, and we got the user list from the SMB enumeration. It was fun solving your puzzles and moving from user to user. Good luck next time, and have a great day. Yours truly, ... Okay, let's save this out, and let's take a look at what's going on. Siva says, Vim is more dominating. I don't think we have Vim. No, there's no Vim here. No, there's no Vi, there's no Vim, there's only Nano. So if you wanted to take the trouble to install Vim on a system that doesn't have Vim, be my guest. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at the defaced page. Alright, we've managed to successfully deface the web page. So hello at Winterfell admin, we hacked your server and we are the HackerFrogs. You left some weird password lists in your web directories and we got the user list from SMB enumeration. It was fun solving your puzzles and moving from user to user. Good luck next time and have a great day. Yours truly, the Shy Hat. June 23rd, 2025. Alright, so let's go ahead and finish out today's stream. So before we finish off today's stream, let's talk about what we're doing next time. So this was the Monday stream. We've also got a Wednesday stream and we got a Friday stream. So every week we stream 3 times. And what are we doing next time on Wednesday? So we're going to be finishing off our network hacking course with our privilege escalation for Linux. We're going to be doing that first. We're going to be doing some very easy hacker games on Hack the Web. And this is always a lot of fun. It gets you thinking about technology and how to use it. We're going to be taking a look at some EchoCTF exercises over at the Beginners Network for EchoCTF Red. And we're going to be doing some Pwn Till Dawn, and we're going to be doing that over at the Pwn Till Dawn website. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be working with our good friend OreoByte for the last part of the stream, and hope you can join us on Wednesday. But otherwise, let's see if we can find some fun people on infosecstreams.com to raid into. So Tanis is streaming right now. Maybe we can raid into their channel, but just for the algorithm, I'm gonna go over twitch.tv and I find that I get a lot more views if I have if I have a beautiful woman on my screen when I end my stream. It's I guess we could call that a hack, sure. Let's put Muhadis on the screen. Okay, so we're gonna raid into Hetanis. Actually, maybe we should raid into Muhadi's stream, because she's a pretty awesome streamer too. Okay, so when you arrive at Muhadi's stream, if you could give this message: OSFrog, hip hop hack OSFrog, just like this, I would really appreciate it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start that raid. So raid into Muhadals. So they like to do stuff on space and NASA stuff, and it's always a good time. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, and hope to see you all on Wednesday. Okay, so everybody, please give the raid message when you arrive on Muhadal stream. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time. HackerFrogs out.